Testing. 1, 2, testing. All right. The webcast will begin at 9:30. The webcast will begin at 9:30.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, April 4th. It is 9:31 a.m., and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow colleagues here with me today. Joining us virtually is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, and here with us is Board Member Nicole Morgan, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. With us as well is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Deputy, Jonathan Bishop, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer. Our clerk to the board is Courtney Tyler. Assisting her today is Margie Argel and Biba Malitik. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast and recorded, and it is a hybrid meeting. So you're either joining us one of two ways. If you're joining us virtually, you're either viewing the webcast on the YouTube Live website or on the Cali PA website. But if you intend on commenting on any items on today's in today's board meeting, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions on how to do so at the top of today's agenda. There's a web form you can fill out, and you'll be given a link and able to join us on the platform. But if you're having any issues with that, please do email our clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she'll help you get onto the platform. Once you're on the platform, your camera will be off, you will be muted until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated you wish to speak on. For those of you here in the room, good morning. Good to be here with you. We're in the Cali PA building in Sacramento. A few just quick announcements for you as well. Please do observe the exits. If for some reason there is an emergency, we will commonly file out and meet in Cesar Chavez Plaza and await any further instructions. If you intend on commenting on any items on today's agenda, there is a QR code in the back of the room to be able to sign up, or you can speak to the clerk of the board and she can help make sure that you're signed up to speak on your item. Once you do come up, do identify yourself and any organization you're part of. And lastly, please do turn off any noise-making devices so that we can have an uninterrupted discussion today. With that out of the way, we can now move on to public forum. Public forum is an opportunity for anyone wishing to address the board on an item not calendared or agendaed before the board to do so. And I think we have about 4 commenters that I'm seeing this morning. And I think we can begin with Mary Kate Lowry.
And Chair Esquivel, I have not seen Mary Kate join us on the Zoom platform yet.
Thank you. And then we can move to Madonna Lang. And Ms. Lowry, if you're having trouble getting onto the platform or you're viewing us through the web feed and aren't on Zoom yet, please do email the clerk of the board and she can help get you onto the platform. And we will go now to Madonna Lang. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning. I am from Labordi Land Company, and I would like to thank you for this opportunity to talk to you today. I am here with my father, Gene Labordi, and our business manager, Jonathan Romero.
Good morning.
I'd like to say good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We are here today to talk to you about the importance of water in Kern County and the impact of SGMA on the families that live here. I think that Kern County has a lot to offer you as it has its ability to store groundwater. Kern County has millions of acre feet of potential groundwater storage, upwards of 50 million acre feet. At the Kern County Water Summit, I learned that 1.3 trillion acre feet of water went out to the ocean in the first 23 days in January. We were also told that 100,000 acres of recharge land can store up to 50,000 acre feet of water per day and 1.5 million acre feet of water per 30 days. I have a unique perspective on water in California because prior to moving back to Bakersfield, I lived in Northern California for 30 years, residing in Santa Clara, San Francisco, Redding, and Nevada City. Living in Northern California, I enjoyed the lakes, the rivers, the streams, and the reservoirs. I understand the fragility of the ecosystems and the need to protect them. I understand that water must go out to the ocean in order to protect the coastal communities from salinity, and I share all of your concerns for our communities that don't have water. Over the past year, I've attended meetings and listened to water concerns throughout the state. The more I've learned, the more I realize that water can either divide us or it can unite us. I have learned that we have a water storage problem, not a water shortage problem. There's enough water during the wet years to cover us through the dry years without having to reduce our use. With concerns over new dams and reservoirs, it seems that groundwater storage and infrastructure improvements can be the solution to the water years where we have droughts. In Kern County, we can store 3 million acre feet of water underground. The cost to create groundwater storage can be a fraction of the price that it takes to store water via our reservoirs or new dams. To create groundwater storage, the fraction of the price and the lack of the mitigation to ecosystems can potentially be a solution for us. It appears that you can have a greater impact shifting the focus to water storage than by water use reduction. As examples, I asked one water district how much it costs to develop a pond, and I was astounded to hear that it can cost anywhere from thousands to millions and not billions of dollars. Currently, I'm living in Bakersfield, California with my family, selling real estate and working on the family farm. My mom's family started farming in Delano, California in 1935, and my dad started farming in 1947 at the age of 14. He's now 89 years old. To my father, the land isn't just dirt, but it's a source of stories and history. We see ourselves as the caretakers of the land we farm. When I came back to Bakersfield, I asked my dad what I needed to know in selling real estate and farming, and he said, water. We make every drop of water count on our ranch. It is our precious resource. As farmers, we use technology to tell us how much water we need, so we make every drop count. We use cover crops to hold the water and line our reservoirs and use drip systems. My concern is that the reduction of water through SWRCB and the fallowing of land will not only reduce agriculture within California, but it will also reduce the vessel in which many lives have been economically improved through working on the farm. I'd like to introduce our manager, Jonathan Romero, so he can share his story with you.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Morning. Doing well. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Like Mr. Labordi, my mentor, I've been farming as well since I was 14, and farming has shaped a lot of my my life. And going to a lot of these water summit conferences along with my colleague Madonna has been very impactful, because I am now part of the lead on program for the American Pistachio Organization, and I've been on the Future Farmers of America for throughout high school, and it's farming has been very impactful in my life, and being a part of their family and being able to learn so much from them has given me opportunity to hopefully someday own my own farm. But with that, with all these water issues, that have become a concern of mine, because do I really want to invest in a farm someday that it's going to be kind of like a coin toss in the air because of the water crisis, and I think that farming is very valuable to not just myself, but the newer generations like myself that want to get informed, because like Madonna was saying, farming has been, it's diversified so much since it has, like in the 70s and 80s, with technology being so involved. We work on a lot of water conservation on our ranch, from soil moisture sensors, so we know what every single inch of water goes towards. And it's just it's I know water is a big concern, but like she said, I don't think that there's a water shortage. I think there's a water storage problem. And I think that together we can unite and, make a change to be able to, conserve this water and be able to give kids like myself an opportunity to someday own their own farm and be able to have access to that water, to be able to own a farm and, raise a family and give them an opportunity and build a legacy as well. So, I just, I want you guys to know that water is very important to all of us, just like it is up north and down south, because we all depend on it as a country. So that's, pretty much what I'd like to, kind of touch on and make clear to you guys, that not only does it affect the farmer, but it affects the employees as well because our families depend on it as well. And, it's a big picture. It's not just the farmers that get affected. It's the farmers. There's employees are putting their kids through colleges by working on a farm. They love being out there just like myself. Like I said, at 14, I was out there. And, I wasn't just out there shoveling weeds. I was learning. I was getting involved with farmers. I was, creating a future for myself. That's why I decided to, study ag, be a part of the ag community. But with the water crisis, it makes my future a concern for myself because, I'm investing years into this farm industry and, hearing about the water shortages makes me worried because, what if someday I own my farm and I don't have that water? All these years, where do they go? So I just wanted to touch on that, how impactful water is to all of us in farming. So I appreciate the time. And if you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask us. We'll be happy to answer any questions and concerns that you have.
Thank you both. I really appreciate you taking the time to address the board. I'll note, I think your comments may be a little more aligned with our Sustainable Groundwater Management Act item, which we'll have a more thorough discussion around not just your basin, but others and how the board is viewing its work. And importantly, it's important not to see things as an either or. I think in our communities, we know that it's going to be a mix of strategies that we're going to have to pursue that really helps us align with what Mother Nature provides. But I won't go too much further into that. We do have an actual SGMA item where we'll go further, but I really appreciate you taking the time here at the top. And I think you're signed up for the SGMA item as well, so I'll make sure and call on you then so you can provide further insight. So thanks for your comments this morning. It's appreciated.
Thank you very much for giving us the time to talk with you. Appreciate it.
Thank you as well. As I go through the rest of the public forum commenters, I'll note if your comments are about the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and some of the discussion we'll have then, please, I would appreciate it if you'd hold so that we can have a thorough discussion on the item, on the public forum items here. You won't see us commenting too much because they're supposed to be about general public forum items. So thank you. Appreciate everyone bearing with me with that. Next, I'd like to call up Lauren Sweezy, who will be followed by Theodora Johnson.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lauren Sweezy, farmer in Scott Valley and co-organizer of the Scott Valley Agriculture Water Alliance. I'd like to share with you 2 examples of the economic hardship experienced by small family-owned farms and ranchers in Scott Valley. Both operated under the State Water Board's local cooperative solution. The first is a cattle operation, and to quote the owner, "We sold our heritage cattle at a loss and our hay production. The cows were sold at a 50% reduced value, and our hay production was 35% loss. And we continue with ongoing losses as we operate today." End of quote. The second is a family-owned hay farmer. To quote this farmer, "We lost 25% of our income in 2022. And the loss of income was caused by reduced yield caused by the lack of well water." This was well water, not ground surface water. "We also fallowed prime ag land in order to meet our LCS requirements. The fallowed land is still a burden of expense with land payments and property taxes and the addition of weed control because you cannot just let land go. It will turn into a giant weed patch. Operating at a loss is not sustainable in farming or any business." End of quote. Water Board, my neighbor, and this is me, Lauren Sweezy, a farmer, talking to you, the Water Board. Next to me, my neighbor, a 96-year-old farmer, told me that if you want to know what a person is like, put them in a position of power and see what they do. Water Board, you are in a position of power. Please choose your decision so that it reflects giving water to everyone. Thank you so much, and I hope you all have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Sweezy. I really appreciate you addressing the board and your concerns. I know what were incredible impacts from this drought, which, given the hydrology we now have, is easy to forget that we are still so quickly within that space. And here, know that for the board, it is with great difficulty that we take the serious action we've had to respond to what are historic conditions out there, historic drought that I know has incredible economic and human impacts in our communities. And so just thank you. I appreciate you really coming before us and voicing again your desire for this board to continue to balance what I know are not easy circumstances out in our community. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Theodora Johnson, and that may be the end of our commenters at that point.
Hi, good morning. My name is Theodora Johnson, and I'm a Scott Valley rancher and the spokesman for Scott Valley Agriculture Water Alliance, AGWA, that Lauren just spoke about. We are a grassroots communication group, and we started in April of last year in response to this board's emergency drought regulation for the Scott and Shasta Valleys. AGWA is a unified voice communicating on behalf of Scott Valley farmers and ranchers, spreading accurate information about our ag producers, our river and fish populations. The state's handling of our water rights poses an existential threat to our community of small family farms and ranches. And like the previous speakers from Kern County, we too use water-saving technology and consider water a precious resource that we don't waste. We believe that we have been regulated in an unprecedented and unfair manner. And now that we've had a very decent winter, that unfair treatment is looking more and more like abuse. Our snowpack surveys so far this year are reading over 150%, yet we are still being required to reduce our groundwater use this year by 30% to avoid 100% curtailment this summer. We think the emergency regulation was unfair to begin with because of its unreasonable expectations. There are 4 reasons we think this. First, the regulation mandated untenable summer flow standards that almost guaranteed curtailments for us. The Scott River hasn't met those summer flow requirements in 10 out of the past 12 years. So even on a normal to good water year like we appear to be having, we are still afraid we won't meet the flow standards for this summer. We are primarily a snowmelt fed system. We don't have any surface water storage or imported water to supplement flows in the river. But despite our not having met those emergency flow standards for the bulk of the last 10 years, over that same decade, our 3 brood years of coho salmon have collectively increased, now matching levels similar to the 1960s. California Department of Fish and Wildlife acknowledges that the Scott boasts the largest coho population in the Klamath River system and one of the largest natural populations in the state. The department has even acknowledged that that voluntary local efforts have helped make that happen. But now it feels like we're being punished for that. The second reason we think the regulation is unfair, Scott Valley and the Shasta are the only ones in the whole state or in the history of the state to have their groundwater curtailed. Yet the data from UC Davis hydrologists says that the Scott Valley aquifer is stable and fully recharges in most years, unlike other parts of California, which really do have an overdraft problem, but were not curtailed. Third, we were the only ones who were told we had to limit how much our livestock were allowed to drink, under penalty of perjury and fines. This is an unprecedented regulation that borders on animal cruelty and really goes against everything that we farmers and ranchers believe in. Fourth, the regulation effectively did away with the availability of stock water in our earthen ditches between September and the end of March, regardless of curtailment status. Some ranchers here in Scott Valley count on ditch water in the winter as a reliable source of stock water during a time where power outages and frozen pipes in the winter can quickly cause animal welfare emergencies. We also lose the important side benefit of groundwater recharge that happens as a result of our stock water diversions in the winter. We think it's unfair that the state expects us to reach in-stream flow standards when we're not allowed to make an effort to recharge our aquifer in the winter when stream flows are abundant. Give us a chance to do environmental managed aquifer recharge. Despite all this unfair treatment we feel we're getting, there was an extremely high rate of compliance in Scott Valley last year with the regulation. Local Cooperative Solutions, or LCSs, which required a 30% reduction in groundwater use with no compensation, were used on almost 100% of eligible acreage in the Scott Valley. That was about 17,000 acres, according to the Water Board staff. As far as compliance with those LCSs goes, the third-party coordinating entities who monitored our LCSs reported no problems. Siskiyou Resources Conservation District, which oversaw 22 LCSs in the Scott, reported 100% compliance. And as for the remaining LCSs, the Fish and Wildlife employee doing the monitoring at the time reports he is, quote, not aware of any significant non-compliance issues with LCSs. We implore this board to recommend to the Governor Newsom that our emergency drought status be lifted so that when there truly is a drought emergency in the future, landowners will want to cooperate and not feel like the state is the boy who cried wolf. If nothing else, please be sure that the next round of regulation operates on a sliding scale and does not ask us for 30% of our water, our livelihoods, on water years that don't merit it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I appreciate a number of points and would disagree on others, but we won't get into point by point around some of it. And I just want to acknowledge your frustration, though, and know that this board and a noticed item will have more thorough discussion around not just the Scott or the Shasta, but the other basins that we've been active in during this time. So I appreciate the opportunity that you've taken here at Public Forum on the item. Acknowledge the frustration that we're certainly hearing, and know that we're always looking to balance, and we'll have an opportunity in some future item to unpack further many points that you've made here, but I appreciate you making them. So thank you.
Thank you.
I think that brings us, unless Mary Kate Lowry has made her way onto, okay, that wraps up Public Forum, and appreciate everyone taking the time to address the board this morning. Now we can get into our official board business, and I think our first item is adoption of the board meeting minutes from the March 21st, 22nd board meeting.
I'll move to adopt the minutes.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Thank you. Ms. Tyler?
Chair Esquivel?
Oh, yes. Vice Chair, please.
Yes, so I think that out of an abundance of caution, unless Mr. Lawfer disagrees, I should abstain on the 21st. I did participate in just part of the meeting, but missed most of it. And then I was, present on the 22nd.
Yeah, and probably vice versa for me, for Mr. Lawfer, since I was not present on the 22nd, but was for the 21st, or at least the majority of the 21st.
Yeah, certainly the more cautious approach is to go ahead and recuse, since we do have a quorum to carry it and there's not a controversial item. There is space for the board members to vote on items that they were not present for when it's the minutes like this, especially if they've had an opportunity to review, and given that the action items you may have been present for those. But again, more conservative approach is not to, and we have a quorum that could carry it otherwise. Unless we end up with a split vote, in which case it could be interesting. But.
Appreciate the unpacking of that. And thank you, Vice Chair. And
Thanks.
Ms. Tyler, can you call the roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo?
Abstain.
And Chair Esquivel?
Abstain.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. And the board meeting minutes are adopted, although sometimes it can be a nail biter. And in this moment, maybe a little more complex. Okay, we will now move on to our uncontested items. Item number 2, which is just one here, item number 2, which is a proposed resolution authorizing the executive director and designee and the deputy director of the Division of Financial Assistance or designee to carry out certain actions and implement the federal sewer overflow and stormwater reuse municipal grants program. I want to read it out because it's really good work and appreciate everyone's great work on it. But is it still uncontested, Ms. Tyler, or do we have?
We had one speak if necessary, which was from Ms. Lowry, and she has not joined the platform.
Okay, I appreciate that. And again, Ms. Lowry, if you're viewing through one of the other streams, please do contact the clerk of the board. Absent that, are there any board members that are looking to pull it? And if not,
Not looking to pull it, but I was going to say something as I move for adoption.
thank you.
I just want to note how important this program is. Stormwater is obviously really underfunded, but also such an important opportunity for multi-benefit projects. And I was down in the valley this weekend and saw a stormwater and recharge and somewhat flood control project that was improving water quality around the community of Farmersville, and really saw it working to mitigate and in many ways save a lot of Farmersville that would have been impacted in these storms. I think it's a great example of, this was developed in the IRWM program where it brought a lot of water agencies together, and I think a great example of the kinds of multi-benefit projects that we want to fund. We have very little funding compared to need for this program, and so, as we look at the IUPs and partnerships with DWR and other agencies, USDA, federal, state, local, regional, and as we talk about SGMA, just all we can do to be coordinating with those agencies to bring multi-benefit projects in, particularly for disadvantaged communities, and trying to find resources to do technical assistance to help get those projects ready to be funded as more funding comes in. So I just appreciate all staff's doing and all the great projects out there, and just recognizing how valuable these projects are, and what an opportunity and real urgency there is these days in particular as we're looking at these extreme events. So with that, I'll move for adoption.
Here. Thank you, board member. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Vote is unanimous, and the item is adopted. Again, agree with the board members' comments, and thank everyone for their great work around it. Next brings us to our tranche of informational items. And the first will be our drought update and current hydrologic conditions, which the next board meeting, we're just going to rename it. It'll be just a general hydrologic conditions update. But, it's important to remember how quickly we're whiplashing through this, I think. Good to see everyone this morning. We'll give everyone a moment to, and want to acknowledge we have with us today Paul Gosselin from the Department of Water Resources. Really appreciate you joining us, since the groundwater component around how we're looking at hydrology and drought and flood is just so critical. So thanks for being with us. Good morning, Ms. Bean.
Good morning, board members. Next slide, please. So as Chair Esquivel just said, because we are adapting to our changing conditions, we're going to be adapting our presentation for you going forward. So you're going to see some familiar slides, but we've also removed others. And we'd be interested in your feedback on how much detail you'd like to see going forward, recognizing that the water year is looking pretty good, but we do have areas of concern still. So happy to hear about that at some point. So we're going to go over the hydrology, a bit on the specific watershed efforts. We have a groundwater update from Department of Water Resources. We do not have a financial assistance update, but we do have some information about flood response from the Emergency Management Program. That was a request from last time, and then our urban conservation update. Next slide, please. So taking a look at the snow water content, you can see that we are 192% of average in the north, and the central is, I believe that says 236%, and then upwards of 300% when we get to the south. So we have a substantial snowpack, and we just did the final snow survey on April. The department did that, and so we'll be having more details coming on that later. Just noting, though, that it is substantial in the south, a little bit less in the north. So that kind of shows where the snow was accumulating and we have a lot more of our reservoirs in the north. So this is just some things to be looking forward as we go forward into seeing the spring runoff. Next slide, please. For the precipitation, again, at the north, we are at 133% of average. Next slide, please. And then in the central, we are at 183% of average. Next slide, please. And 213% of average for the Tulare, so in the south. These are pretty similar to what we had the last time that we looked at these slides. Next slide, please. Okay, for our reservoir conditions here, you can see, again, these show how we are in comparison to historical average. And 70% of our reservoirs, our major reservoirs, are currently at or above their at or above their normal levels. And you can see here for the select South Delta reservoirs, we have Cachuma at 98% of capacity, Diamond Valley at 62% of capacity, and San Luis at 98% of capacity. Next slide, please. Okay, I just wanted to mention that we did have another executive order go out that was easing drought restrictions, and it also recognizes that some of our regions and communities continue to experience water supply shortages despite the recent storms. And this is going to go into some of the watershed-specific work that I'll be updating you on. So just want to go through briefly. It retains the state of emergency for all counties to allow for drought response and recovery. It maintains the ban on wasteful water uses. And it also maintains orders that are focused on groundwater supply and watersheds that are not benefited as much from the recent storms. Some of those are the Klamath, Colorado River, and Clear Lake areas. It does end the voluntary 15% conservation. It ends the requirement for the level 2 of the drought contingency plans. And it also ends the direction to pursue emergency regulation renewals in the Russian River and the broader Delta watershed. And I'll talk about that now. Next slide, please. So for the Delta watershed, the curtailment orders have been rescinded, and this means that water right holders and claimants no longer have to, are no longer subject to curtailment requirements. This is things like regularly checking their curtailment status, the enhanced reporting, and the reports for human health and safety exceptions. So some of the questions that we've received on this is, what about pending requests for exceptions? Those are no longer necessary, so we're considering those closed. We will not be working with those anymore. But it does not impact or eliminate ongoing or pending petitions for reconsideration, enforcement actions, and related settlements. And if people have questions on that, I would encourage them to email the Bay Delta at waterboards.ca.gov to get more information. We are still moving forward on the Delta water unavailability methodology revision. A lot of work has gone into that, and we're going to continue to move forward on that in case we need it, and really not in case, but at some point in the future if that comes forward again. But the comment deadline for that was extended to April 14th, so we're still accepting comments on that. For the Mill and Deer Creeks, the curtailment order rescission does not apply. This is a separate one, but the 50 CFS stream flow requirement is being met at present. Next slide, please. For the Russian River, the curtailment orders have also been rescinded. Again, similar to the Delta, this means that water right holders no longer need to check their curtailment status. There are no longer restrictions on riparian diversions, and folks do not have to report for human health and safety exemptions. The long-awaited voluntary water sharing program implementation report is now available on our website. So if folks are interested in looking at that, there's the web address. And if you have questions, you can email them to Russian River drought at waterboards.ca.gov. Next slide, please. For the Scott and Shasta rivers, the curtailments are conditionally suspended for both of those. We are monitoring the flows. For the Scott, there is a minimum flow of 150 CSS, and you'll see current flow. I wanted to give you as current as I could get. And so for the Scott, it's currently 480. And then for the Shasta, the minimum flow is 70, and we're currently at 163. So those are both being met, but we're watching those. And the inefficient livestock watering prohibition concluded on March 31st. Next slide, please. Wanted to touch briefly on groundwater recharge, since we are going to be having a groundwater update from Department of Water Resources. The Executive Order N-4-23 did make some allowances for increased recharge and reduce risk of catastrophic flooding. This essentially maintains protections for water quality, the environment and infrastructure, including our aquifers, but it clarifies the conditions for diverting floodwater without a water right permit through June 1st. And really, the idea here is to ensure water is actually diverted for flood flows to recharge. Just want to note that for this season, the 2022-23 season, the board has issued 8 temporary permits that authorizes close to 190,000 acre feet. If you're interested in seeing the status of those permits, there's a bit.ly link here that will take you to that on our website. And then it is also worth noting that we did issue a temporary urgency change petition to the Bureau of Reclamation, and that TUCP authorizes around 600,000 acre feet for this year as well. So there's some substantial recharge being authorized this season. But as noted, we do encourage folks to get their applications in early if they're interested in doing that. Next slide, please. This is just our follow-up, how to contact us if you're interested. Next slide, please. And then I'll go ahead and pass things over to Paul to give us a groundwater update. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you.
Chair Escobar, board members, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Paul Goslin. I'm Deputy Director at DWR for the Sustainable Groundwater Management Office. So just real quickly, I know there's a lot of discussions about with this water this year about the drought being over. And one thing we want to keep emphasizing is the groundwater basins are a long ways away from coming out of the past 20 years of really dry hydrology and not having really, in many areas, not really solid groundwater management. So this is just a snapshot of the last 6 months on groundwater elevation monitoring. I will point out, typically we look at spring measurements, which are usually done first week of April before the irrigation season starts, usually at the end of the precipitation time, which this year has been quite challenging as we're sitting here well into April. The other point, main point, is in the fall, right at the end of irrigation season before the rains come, usually in October, and those are the two benchmarks we usually look at. So as you can see, groundwater levels remain very low throughout the state. Next, please. So again, fall measurements. This is the last major reading we got from data collected from local agencies and the department. Large number considering are at or near historic lows, which is very significant. Some of these periods of record go back many decades, 50 or more years in some cases. So this is getting in these basins into uncharted territory. And again, 36% of those were historic lows. Next, please. So this is one of the things that we're starting to look at is change in storage. And as Jessica talked about, there's a lot of activity with the water that has been made available this year on trying to do flood diversions to protect communities and downstream, and also having some recharge component to it, as well as the large number of acres that have been permitted for recharge through the water right permit process. So one of the questions that we've been asked, and we all get asked too, is how much is actually getting into the ground? And that's very difficult to answer. One, we've started with nature's recharging all over the place right now, as you can look. And that's really also changing basin conditions. But there's also no centralized reporting for recharge. Pre-1914 water rights, there's no requirements to report. There's reporting for the water right permits through the board. But some of these other flood diversions that are also going to recharge, there's not reporting. Again, they don't have a water right. They're primarily doing it principally to protect communities downstream with some groundwater recharge. But one thing we are looking at is the groundwater sustainability agencies do report to us annually on April 1st estimates of extraction and change in storage from the previous year. And that goes back to the last water year that ended on September 30th. So we just got those reports in. We've been starting to compile them by May 1st. And by just addressing the change in storage, you can just capture all those variables that result in recharge. Now, it's not, very kind of detailed in on project by project, but is sort of a global picture. It gives us a good start. We're going to be continually work with the board and others on trying to get to better metrics on recharge as we go forward. But as we've been reporting out, what we're really doing with the board and the streamlined permit process is just advancing the capacity for groundwater recharge. And we're going to have to rely on the ability to get there with water that's available. Next, please. I will point out the last water year, just as an indication, just the change in storage the previous year was almost 8 million acre feet of lost storage. And that's capacity that could be hopefully captured up from the activities this year. And we're going to be really eager to see what comes in change of storage next year. Next, please.
Yeah, and what I'll say, what the benefit of the executive order was, at least having a reporting requirement in there, reiterating the protections and creating a little more structure around something that, was not as defined before the executive order around just the recharge of flood flows, if you will. So.
And again, we've been trying to characterize and kind of bring groundwater into the same vernacular, as you will, for surface water storage supplies. Groundwater basins, are actually good underground storage reservoirs, and we're, looking at 8 to 12 times more capacity in groundwater basins than all the surface water combined. So when people are starting to look at, we need storage, we already have them built underground, and so we're really looking to advance and the hundreds of projects that we've given grants out to over the last number of years. We're really looking to advance those public dollars to get groundwater recharged throughout California. But as you can see, there's huge capacity in groundwater basins, and still a lot that needs to be brought back from the hole that's been dug at least the last 20 years. And again, 100 million acre feet since 1962, which is a huge capacity that we need to advance. Next, please. And again, this just targets sort of the cumulative loss of groundwater. And again, this is capacity in basins that can be utilized and recharged through projects, through permitted programs, through water right permit programs, and through flood diversions. Next, please.
Mr. Gosselin, sorry to interrupt, but sure. Are we able to quantify how much we permanently lose? There is a certain amount that we aren't able to ever really get back, right? I mean, there's compaction that starts to happen. Has that been quantified in any way, just so that we kind of get a sense of, when do we go too far, essentially, in harming our capacity at that point?
Yeah, I think probably the first thing that comes to mind is just the rate of subsidence that's been going on. That's going to be loss of capacity, loss of groundwater storage there, and we could pull some numbers on that, but as we've seen in some slides, we've been reporting out INSAR data on subsidence since the drought began a few years ago, and that's a really telling point on loss of storage and the impacts on infrastructure. That's very significant.
Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Next, please. Yeah. And again, we're really following the governor's strategy from last August on a hotter, drier California, the target of 500,000 acre feet of capacity for groundwater recharge, working closely with board and CDFW and others really promoting those projects. And so there's been a lot of advancement on that. Workshops are going to come up in May to help advance those project proponents to get their applications in before the summer hits, so we can work through and get them through the permit process by December. In the meantime, as that's been going on with the snowpack and sort of the risk of flooding and everything else, we needed to shift the focus on what we're going to do for the next 3 to 6 months with the flooding and the recharge, which got into the executive order, the last 2 executive orders that kind of speak to that really timeliness that we need to act. Next, please. And again, this is kind of a graphic on what we're experiencing with the snowpack and trying to plan what's coming down over the next few months. So we've been coordinating with local agencies, reservoir operations, because as they start to release reservoir releases for flood control, we've been working and targeting about 108 permitted recharge facilities and water banks throughout the central and southern San Joaquin. What we want to do, and we're going to assure, is as those releases come down, if there's capacity in any of those banks or recharge facilities, to clue them in, make sure they know they're coming down, and capture what they can from those flood releases. What we want to make sure is none of this slips through the cracks for what we have coming down. But there's also going to be a capacity issue. And I think with the amount of snowpack in the central and southern San Joaquin, we're probably going to run into capacity issues for the banks and recharge facilities. So we're also looking, again, to coordinate diversions to move floodwaters off of areas that are most vulnerable. We've been part of the Tulare Lake Advanced program with the flooding and impacts that are going to go on in Tulare Lake. And I will point out estimates is that more than half of the snowpack for Tulare Lake is going to come down in June through July and maybe August. So we have not started to even experience the snowpack and impacts that's going to come down. And I think we're taking a look at what occurrences and steps need to be taken in '83, the last time the lake filled up in 1969. So those are telling tales, and we're continuing the work to do some advanced planning on Tulare Lake, as well as the rest of the San Joaquin Valley for the flood. Next, please. And I'll turn it back.
Yeah, appropriate segue, because I really appreciate that our emergency management program, which is only really a few years old here, has been able to be part of what that advanced planning discussion that's so critical, because we know that there are dairies, compost facilities, wastewater treatment plants, drinking water facilities, a lot of infrastructure that the board oversees on the regulatory side that we want to make sure is part of the decision making that's going on as we map out, what. And here support a lot of local decision making we know that goes on to where exactly and how to best manage what, as you've said, is going to be an incredible amount of flood flows coming down through the system as the snow melts.
Chair Escobar, could I just make one comment before we move to the emergency management program? I want to thank Mr. Goslin for coming and helping, and we'll be working with DWR on how best to monitor groundwater recharge. And it is going to be a challenge, though, given the reporting cycles, the lag time, the lack of requirements to report some of what's going on, and the fact that it takes longer for water to percolate down, and it all happens at different times in different places. And so we'll try to figure out what makes sense to come back and report to you, but I don't think that, unlike with surface reservoirs where things change quite a bit from week to week or month to month, it's going to be a lot slower, and there's going to be kind of a significant lag time on sort of being able to estimate what groundwater recharge levels are. So we won't be coming back with the same amount of frequency. So this is sort of a good laying of the baseline of where we are and what we know, and we'll be trying to think about what other data points are out there in terms of well levels and throughout the state, all that kind of stuff. But it's not going to be something that we're going to update on a weekly, biweekly, or maybe even monthly basis.
Yeah, that's fair. Thank you, Mr. Goslin. Board member, please.
Thanks. Sorry. Just to add a thank you, and I know we have more in this update to go, but thanks so much for the update on groundwater and recharge. And I wanted to just continue to flag that and I know you and I have talked about this, that there continues to be new dry wells coming up, even as we are experiencing flood in many of these same communities, which is very counterintuitive, but I think important to keep in mind. And, I know DWR has a lot of amazing resources online at your, including the My Dry Well reporting system, and just having it up in front of me so that I don't make you try and pull this out yourself.
Thank you.
It looks like your website was updated today, and there were 41 reported new dry wells just in the past 30 days, and that's in some of the wettest times that we've seen. So just to I think continue to flag that that crisis continues, and as you know well, but and that it's building over time. This is thousands of dry wells reported over time, and then it looks like 129 just over this year to date. So I think as we look at all of our investments, and I know we'll talk about this more with Sigma, but just we're having to manage for so much, and we're building this. We talked about lost storage. We're also losing and building up liabilities and need to mitigate and develop long-term solutions just as we're responding to emergencies. And that also has a huge cost. So I know DWR and we are putting in millions to try to mitigate that. And there's just going to be more to come. And my question for you is if you could just talk a little bit or mention the DRIP collaborative and the space that's being pulled together around looking at collectively as a state how we're trying to manage and address and develop both preparedness and mitigation for small and rural community drinking water. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Firestone. I want to start to just we still have over thousands of wells that still have not been resolved, and people are having to truck water, and that's just an impossible situation for families out there, and we're still going to be struggling through that this summer at a time when it's going to be perceived that there's an abundance of water, and we have a large number of people who are without safe, reliable drinking water. So that's going to be a continued challenge for us to do as we're starting to continue to have dry wells add up. So that's going to continue. But under SB 552, Drought Task Force efforts at the county and state level, the DRIP Collaborative, which I believe is kicking off on Thursday, I'm correct? So I got that correct. And that's going to be a real important effort to tie statewide drought response coordination with counties and other agencies, as well as trying to advance county drought task force. So I think this is going to be a big foundation for a long-term resiliency for the state and local agencies, and we can talk about it later with groundwater sustainability agencies, that nexus on how do you better manage basins sustainably, but then in the midst of this, what role and coordination should GSAs have with counties and vice versa? It needs to be done in concert. So I think that's really, the bridge we're going to try to build. So those local agencies who have responsibilities over their communities and groundwater management and stewardship can better coordinate for the long haul.
Thank you. And thank you, Board Member. More to come on the Sigma item for sure on that just topic. So thank you. Okay. Now we can transition to Mr. Nachbauer.
Great. Yeah. Good morning, board members. I'm James Nachbauer, Director of the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance, giving a very brief emergency program update. We won't be getting into details, but 40 counties are currently under a state of emergency. Pajaro and other places are flooded. As you've heard, there is a lot of snow, and it will be melting, and there may be flood risks there, and that will be probably coinciding with wildfire season this summer, maybe even into this fall. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what we're up to now. We're definitely focused on flooding. We're not first responders, but we do have a range of roles to play, responding to, predicting, and planning for resource needs and issues with drinking water and wastewater infrastructure. And we're supporting system function and safety, water quality, and response efforts when those get underway. These roles we're playing now in flood are similar to the roles we've played with wildfire and drought. And we're really fortunate to have the emergency management program. They're doing a great job, and they are working with and coordinating through the Office of Emergency Services, which is the lead for these activities. It's a very, very brief update. People with emergency-related questions should email emp@waterboards.ca.gov.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and just want to acknowledge the incredible team we have. They've been mission tasked actually since mid-December, when earthquake required us to already start to be responding to things, and have been going ever since. And so just want to acknowledge everyone's great work on that. And that, again, we're part of a decision-making infrastructure here with Cal OES, definitely DWR, as try to best figure out how we support communities through what is now just the complete opposite of activities we were in just a few months ago. So
Chair
really
Esquivel?
appreciate it. Yes.
Could I just elaborate a little bit? Thank you, James. The whole emergency management and response process is very structured, and it's one of the great things about having our own team in the water board is that we now slot into that structure in a very predictable way. The worst thing in an emergency is not to know what the plan is, and so we've come a long way in the last few years by having our own team and being able to slot into the emergency response and management program overall within the state, both to bring our sector's concerns to the core team, and also to make sure that they know how to task out things that are in our lane that we need to address. And I did want to just acknowledge that a big part of what we do is make sure that when an appropriate request comes in, that is part of our appropriate response, that we get it tasked out to the right place in the water board. So the right drinking water district, where our folks can go in and make sure that, after floodwaters have receded, for instance, that if there's been a drinking water system that's been compromised, we can go in there and make sure that the proper notifications, if necessary, are posted, and then to make sure that the system gets up and running again. Or our regions are also heavily involved in, again, making sure that at the end of the day, that any response that needs to happen, whether it's emergency permitting or inspections or what have you, that can be done. So we've been hearing from everyone from the governor's office through Secretary Garcia here at Cal EPA and elsewhere that it's really, really important for folks who have concerns to either talk to their local emergency teams, like in their counties, or if it's in a water measure, to talk to us and our emergency teams, and we're going to feed it through that emergency structure. So, we'll be doing some reporting of areas of, specific, if it turns out that there's a real, I don't want to use hotspot because of fire, but if there's a very significant area of impact, we'll try to give you timely updates. But most of the updates are really going to go all the way through the emergency response process.
Thank you for that. I think we have one more component of our update on urban conservation.
Yeah, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I'm going to continue talking about the February urban water use. And the chart here is February's over different years back to 2013. You'll see the blue bars are wetter February's, the red bars are drier. We, in 2023, the February was, this recent February was slightly below statewide precipitation average. That's despite the active weather and despite the substantial snowfall. So for February, slightly below average. The water use in that month was 62 gallons per capita per day, and that's 13 gallons below the high of 75, which happened in 2022. Next slide, please. Looking at monthly savings, the February savings statewide was at 18.2%. That's relative to our reference point of February in 2022. and that's about a 60,000 acre-foot savings in total use. Our cumulative, and that's the black line in the chart here to the left, has been trending upward as well. We're at 6.6% currently. Next slide, please.
And as we kind of transition, I think it's important to flag, I think this will be the last time we're really tracking the percentages, where we're going to start to shift because we're going to, the long-term budgets. And we'll just be looking at gallons per person per day, RGPCD numbers as a fair, just kind of equivalent. So, and it's a good moment to go off on with 18% in February. So.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. The executive order removed the 15% conservation goal, and so yes, like you said, we will be shifting to talking about conservation in terms of use volumes and use levels, and not percentage terms, most likely. Regionally, again, compared to our reference period of February 2022, much of the state experienced double-digit savings. The main exception here was North Lahontan, where water use actually went up slightly. This is, I think, mostly just normal variation, given that there are relatively fewer water suppliers in that area, and that there are lots of seasonally occupied units there. So the month-to-month water use in that region tends to be a little more variable. I want to highlight the North Coast here. This was the first region that fell under the emergency declaration in the spring of 2021, and they've achieved an overall 15.3 cumulative savings. Next slide, please. Wanted to speak a little bit about the executive order. This is in place of our conservation tip this month. Governor Newsom issued Executive Order N523 on March 24th, as Ms. Bean talked about. This related to emergency drought policies. I'm going to speak to three slightly nuanced areas here. First relates to suppliers and the demand reduction actions of at least level 2 from their water shortage contingency plans. The second applies to property owners of commercial, institutional, and industrial properties regarding irrigation of non-functional grass. And then finally, for everybody, just a comment on prohibitions on wasteful use. So, first, the current requirement for suppliers to implement demand reduction actions of at least level 2 of their water shortage contingency plans will expire in June, unless the board acts to remove this requirement sooner. Based on the executive order, the board is not planning to re-establish this requirement, and we're considering recommending that the board act to remove the requirement before then. But regardless of whether the board ends the requirement before June, given the hydrologic situation, we are not planning enforcement related to this level 2 requirement. And this approach gives suppliers greater flexibility. Next, I wanted to talk about the turf, grass. The ban on the irrigation of non-functional grass on commercial, institutional, and industrial properties came into place with the same June board emergency regulation that asked suppliers to go to level 2. The board may consider readopting that prohibition and may continue to enforce that requirement. This reflects the state's goals of making conservation a way of life, regardless of the weather. And then finally, regarding the prohibitions on wasteful use, this was came from a different emergency reg in December of last year. So without board action, these water use prohibitions will expire in December of this year. These are prohibitions on things like outdoor watering that lets water run off of the landscape, or outdoor watering within 48 hours after rain. So the board may consider readopting these prohibitions and may continue to enforce this requirement. Again, this reflects the state's goal of making water conservation a way of life, regardless of the weather. And that concludes our presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Nachbauer. I know we had a workshop recently about the long-term and the budget setting, so we look forward to, I know, really focusing on that work and being able to set us on the right course for the long term, not just this emergency approach that we've needed because of historic conditions, and continued historic conditions. So thank you. We have a few commenters. Unless there's a question or comment from any fellow board colleagues, hearing none, we can first go to Madonna Lang, who will be followed by Lindsay Britton, and then Sari Summerstrom.
And Chair Esquivel, we've given Ms. Lang an opportunity. There we go.
Yes, she is on her way. She was just in the restroom. Here she comes. Sorry about that.
No problem in the least. And this is here our drought update item. I know you were all signed up to speak on the Sigma item as well, and that will be coming in a couple of items next. But this is here our drought update. Good to see you, Ms. Lang.
Hi, thank you so much.
Yeah, you want to fill her in on the question again, Joaquin, please?
Oh, we're on our drought informational item now, and you guys were signed up to speak on this item as well. So I'm just going to you to see if there's anything on the drought update that you would like to comment on.
My main thing that I wanted to do was ask you a question on whether or not you were looking at specific sites for groundwater storage, where we could potentially store water so that we would have it during the drought years.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Part of our discussion earlier, Mr. Gosselin identified a number of groundwater recharge projects that I think we're targeting for this year because of the amounts that we have. And yes, there are, as I know, a number of other groundwater recharge projects that are in conceptual phases. Additionally, the Water Board, as we had covered, I think this year alone, permitted now 8 temporary recharge projects to about 190,000 acre feet worth of recharge, and then also did a temporary urgency change petition or order with the Bureau of Reclamation, where we there are recharging about 600,000 acre feet through their various contractors, or can potentially, with the order, they can recharge 600,000 acre feet. So, yes, yeah, there are a number of places that active recharge is happening and plan to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. Really appreciate the question. Next, I'd like to go to Lindsay Britton, who will be followed by Sari Summerstrom.
And Chair Esquivel, we have given Ms. Britton an opportunity to unmute herself.
Okay, and I know she would speak as necessary, so she may not have been necessary. But Ms. Britton, just pop your hand up or come off camera or unmute if you would like to comment. We can then move on to Sari Summerstrom, who will be followed by, I believe, our last commenter, Kaya Rivers.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Dr. Sari Sommerstrom. I'm a retired watershed consultant living in Etna in Siskiyou County. I'd like to address the drought conditions for the Scott River watershed, which, as you know, is a subbasin of the Klamath. And we are currently not experiencing drought conditions, which is in contrast to the update of the governor's recent rollback of drought restrictions, that excluded the Klamath for being persistently dry. The Scott River watershed and most of the Klamath Basin were categorized as D1, moderate drought, in last week's U.S. Drought Monitor, which stated that drought removal is likely over the next month for this area. While the Sacramento River Basin is also in the D1 category, that region was included in the governor's rollback. This policy inconsistency is not justified. While many atmospheric river storm events have hit much of California to the south, the Klamath has been on the edge of most of these extreme events. This region is not having a wet water year, but is moving into an above average water year. This improvement in hydrologic conditions should be recognized by the State Board, especially regarding its emergency drought regulations currently in place and subject for renewal in July. Much of the precipitation during the past 3 months has been in the form of snow. Continuing cold weather has kept the snow base intact. And with succeeding storms adding to the base. Too much snow prevented the March 1st snow survey by the U.S. Forest Service from happening. The April 1st snow survey is currently underway with 2 sites reported so far for the Scott, indicating 151% average snow water content. Special snowmobiles are needed to access these remaining sites which have not been used in years. So that gives you a hint of how much the unusual amount of snow is. For the Trinity watershed, so far the April survey is showing 131% snow water content, and the Shasta River watershed 162%. The Upper Klamath Basin's latest snow measurement in Oregon indicates 165% snow water content. Most of this above average stored water in the upper watersheds will continue to run off into the streams during the upcoming spring and summer months, a far better condition than this region has had for the past 3 years. Current flows fluctuate below the median and do not yet reflect the amount of water stored in the snowpack. Rainfall in Scott Valley is also above average, between 102 and 153% to date. It's important to note that the Scott Valley aquifer is not overdrafted, does not have subsidence, and this is confirmed by UC Davis studies over decades. Groundwater recharge is happening naturally to some extent in our aquifer with this precipitation, but Scott Valley's groundwater sustainability plan with UC Davis research guidance is seeking to accelerate recharge through a unique effort of environmental managed aquifer recharge, or something we're calling EnviroMAR. Its purpose is not to refill an overdrafted aquifer, unlike what's happening with FloodMAR in many areas of the state right now. Instead, its intent is to fill the aquifer even more through small river diversion and field flooding in the winter to elevate groundwater storage for eventual discharge of cool water into the Scott River in late summer to early fall. This low flow time period can limit habitat access by salmon and steelhead, so borrowing winter water at a small amount to benefit late season flow is an environmental benefit. Support for this unique effort by the board for a 5-year permit will allow the needed research to help fine-tune this very important water management tool for our undammed river system. We can use existing infrastructure for this as a big ditch system. We do not have to necessarily build recharge infrastructure unlike other parts of the state. The current permit that expired just on March 31st was for 30 CFS for 90 days to recharge 5,800 acre feet. However, due to what we consider unreasonable flow minimums to take only 30 CFS in the wintertime, we were unable to achieve the full implementation of that recharge. We would really like you to update the Water Board's description and understanding of our current hydrologic conditions for the Scott River watershed with this new data and as new information becomes available. It is not reasonable to treat this area as being in serious drought this year. And sadly, to me, it challenges the state's credibility if it continues to support this drought designation and its unfair treatment of the Scott River's watershed users compared to the rest of the state. It just has not been justified. Why we're under D1 and not exempt, but Sacramento Valley is, and yet we have much better conditions. Our groundwater levels are improving. There's a lag time, just as was mentioned by one of your staff, and that data is being very well connected here throughout the valley through UC Cooperative Extension and for the Sigma Plan. So I just ask some more support, and your staff is improving its communication with us and has come up here several times, but we need better communication when it comes to the details of how all of this water management, supply and demand is implemented in Scott Valley. We've not gotten there yet. So I just want to encourage you to continue that staff outreach and communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Summerstrom. I appreciate your contributions in this and your concerns, and know that it isn't out of unfairness or any punitive nature that we're still looking to ensure we're working in the Scott and Shasta right now. But again, there'll be further conversation for this board around, I think, all that balancing, and just appreciate your coming to the board and here contributing to our discussion. It means a lot and is important. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think now that brings us to the end of our commenters. And looking to fellow board colleagues.
Joaquin, we have one more comment.
Oh, we do have one more.
Yes.
Sorry,
Deirdre
apologies.
Desjardins.
refresh my, Deirdre Desjardins, good to see you. Please.
Thank you. Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I wanted to point out that there was a pattern of extreme floods in Europe and a rain on snow event in British Columbia in 2021 that presaged this extremely wet year. And I did write a blog post about it. I'd asked DWR's engineers what they thought, and they said it means we're going to see extreme flooding in California. So I've spent the last year and a half trying to beat everybody's door down and say this, this is likely, we're likely to see this. And I do think this is just the beginning of extreme wet years that are turbocharged by climate change, the same way 2014 was the beginning of hot drought. And so I think some of the emergency preparedness that we're doing, we're like in the Tulare Lake Basin, where they're having to make very difficult choices about how to route floodwaters. We may have to make similar decisions on the San Joaquin River at some point, like how one might save Stockton, for example. There is internal modeling, I've heard, and they do have some idea of where levees might be overtopped, and I've been trying to advocate for that to be released in some kind of stakeholder process. I did make comments on the climate adaptation strategy and urge that we have tabletop scenario exercises, and I think that would have helped greatly with the decisions that are being made in the Tulare Lake Basin, because local officials are really kind of caught flat-footed, and if you look at their hazard mitigation plan, it really kicked the can down the road. So I'll probably send you some more information in writing about this as well, but I very much appreciate the role of the Water Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. I appreciate you addressing the board here and look forward to any information you send along. I always appreciate your good comments. Thank you. Next, I apologize. We need to go to Kaya Rivers. Ms. Rivers, I inadvertently tried to skip over you, so apologies.
No worries.
Good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Thank you, board, for the opportunity to provide comments today and for a very informative update on the status of our groundwater basins and recharge. My name is Kaya Rivers, and I'm a policy advocate at Community Water Center, highlighting the need to protect small disadvantaged communities' access to drinking water. Although we've experienced an extremely wet year so far, groundwater basins have not recovered and domestic wells are still going dry, leaving many families without reliable access to drinking water. As climate change further impacts our groundwater basins due to drought, recharge will continue to be an important factor in restoring groundwater levels. And though we need to prioritize capturing water into our groundwater basins, recharge must be done strategically and with drinking water needs at the forefront. Groundwater basins are already experiencing some natural recharge from the storms. However, Executive Order N423 will allow for even further recharge. With this executive order, water can be easily diverted to agricultural fields as a means to mitigate flood impacts, with floodwater diverters required to report to the State Water Board 2 weeks after the diversion. Because we've taken a headfirst approach when it comes to recharge, it is crucial that adequate analysis is done to track if there are any impacts to groundwater quality. It is important to identify where water quality problems already exist and see if recent recharge actions are improving or worsening groundwater quality. This analysis is crucial to better prepare for unexpected wet years and inform future recharge policy decisions. At a minimum, recharge sites should report updated water quality results to the State Water Board in order to track impacts and identify beneficial versus dangerous sites to inform future recharge. Recent events demonstrate how emergencies impacting drinking water access are deepening. State agencies and NGOs are needing to dedicate more resources to emergency response instead of focusing on proactive actions. We will only be able to keep up with the scale of the problem if we get at the roots. If over-extraction of fossil fuels and our groundwater resources isn't addressed, it will become increasingly difficult to prepare for events of extreme drought and precipitation, leaving the state's most vulnerable communities at the front lines. The State Water Board can play an important role in informing state decisions and in reaching overall climate stability. We ask the board to exercise your influence to bring California to zero emissions and protect with urgency the groundwater resources that remain, particularly as you step into expanded SGMA authority over inadequate basins. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today.
Thank you, Ms. Rivers, for continuing to always focus us on communities, and here agree completely that we have to keep water quality in mind as we also pursue quantity measures here through recharge. This board was formed on the basis that you can't separate those two, that they are intricately linked, and we have to afford ourselves the benefit of understanding how we manage our basins for the long term, given how degraded they are, not just in quantity, but also quality ultimately. So thank you, and completely agree, and just appreciate continuing to highlight those needs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further now from board members? And looking to Ms. Tyler in case there may be any other hands or speakers. Okay. Okay, thank you. Well, then I think that wraps up the drought informational item, meaty discussion, and still more. We'll get into some other aspects of this in our SGMA item. Let's go ahead and take a break and come back here at 11:05, give ourselves a 10-ish minute break, come back. We'll go through both the stewardship item and I think probably go ahead and start getting into the SGMA item before maybe breaking for lunch, depending on how many folks we have here to speak. So just want to provide that basis for folks. Thanks. Okay, everyone, I think we're at time and we can come back. We're on item number 4 in our agenda, and this will be our quarterly Delta Stewardship Council Lead Scientist Report and review of current Delta science research and activities. I'd like to here at the top acknowledge, thank, and welcome Jay Ziegler, our new Delta Water Master. Jay, I think, officially started on Monday. Putting him on the agenda and having a thorough update from him already was going to be maybe a little too much, but would like to here at the top just thank Jay for deciding to come into this side of the service. You have a long history as a public servant, and just we're honored and fortunate for you to comply your talents here as our new Delta Water Master. Congratulations. Good to see you here this morning.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you for that warm welcome. I am very much looking forward to my new role in conjunction with the board as the Delta Water Master. I certainly embrace this challenge. It's interesting to now be sitting before the board as something other than the advocate for nature. And I do want to assure you that I take that charge of meeting the broader application of conjunctive use of water, of ensuring that we're measuring and monitoring public benefits of water thoroughly for all water stakeholders, and fully recognize that the Delta is the apex of the California water storm in both good years or wet years as well as dry years, and that we are still beset today sort of watching our levees for security and the conditions in the Delta, and as well as the land side as well as the water side, and protecting your interest in water quality and sustainable water management. And I just do want to underscore that I greatly appreciate the board's commitment to science-based water management, and see my primary role in this position as the board's ombudsman or the board's liaison to better integrate science in the Delta, to really get to the work that Dr. Larson's been leading in having a one Delta, one science approach, so that we're all looking at the same set of facts and interpreting them. And I will also acknowledge that I've greatly appreciated Dr. Larson's work at better integrating science across all stakeholders, making that science more accessible, making it more understandable, and recognizing the role of social science as well as physical sciences as we try to get our arms around this phenomena of climate whiplash, water management, and the need to ensure that we are making our best water management decisions on the basis of sound science. And I really look forward to engaging the board collectively and individually in thinking about how we apply that science most effectively to engage all Delta stakeholders, to bring all perspectives on water use and sustainable water management to the table, in thinking about the Delta as this great intersection of California's water management challenges. And so I thank you for your vote of confidence. I want to acknowledge my predecessors in this role, Craig Wilson, Michael George. Craig, who certainly really defined the scope of the office in terms of its input on a wide range of issues, and its counsel to the board. Michael, who did just an extraordinary job in reaching out to all Delta stakeholders, both those directly in the Delta as well as above and below the Delta, in really engaging them, including them, and ensuring that those stakeholders felt that he was operating with a true open door, an open ear, and an open mind. And I really seek to replicate that example of both the board's responsibility to ensure hearing all perspectives in water management, as well as simply to get us to that point where we're all sharing a level of confidence that we're using our best applied sciences and really making those trade-offs in water management more transparent, more easily understood, and have a deeper conversation about it. And so that's really the aspiration that I bring to this role. and am truly excited as an advocate for, again, one Delta, one science, and the work that Dr. Larson has brought to really make that a meaningful commitment and to extend and expand that work to really ensure that we are bringing to you, the board, to the California public, to all water stakeholders, a better understanding of both the science implications of surface and groundwater management together, as well as the social implications and the economic and real community effects of water. And so I look forward to working with all of you in these challenges ahead. And with that, let me turn to my esteemed colleague, Dr. Larson, for an update on the Delta Science Program. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that care and vision. And importantly, I agree with you that there's a lot of complex decision making, and now's our time to be transparent, open, and lend ourselves what this century might afford us, and better looking at these complex systems. So thanks for being just a leader and partner in all of that. Thank you. Dr. Larson, good to see you.
Good to
morning.
see you all as well. And I want to thank Jay for those very kind words, and to also express that I am very enthusiastic to begin working with him. And he brings a unique set of skills to the position that I think will be a great asset to the whole Delta science community and community of managers as well. So next slide. I have been told to keep my remarks brief to about 20 minutes, and so I've selected a few key items to report to you on. I want to provide a bit of a report out on our recent Integrated Modeling Framework workshop, a report on the Delta Science Tracker, which is a new tool that the Delta Science program recently released that I think will have wide-ranging benefits. There's been a lot going on with the Delta Independent Science Board, so I think it's time for an update on their activities. And then I'll have a few announcements about upcoming workshops and recent products at the very end. Next slide. So the Integrated Modeling Framework meeting took place at the end of February and into early March. The target audiences here were both scientists and modelers, but also agency leaders and managers. It really focused on a few core thematic elements of integrated modeling, including best practices around modeling to make it more transparent and more accessible, governance of a modeling community, and tools. And first of all, I want to focus on why we needed this modeling workshop. As many of you know, there are a plethora of models that are used for various planning and management purposes within the Delta. Some of those tools are more transparent and accessible and usable by diverse communities of stakeholders than others. And as we face an increasingly uncertain future in California with rapidly changing climate and with calls for rethinking how we govern this precious resource, it's more imperative than ever to have the ability to look at multifaceted trade-offs of water resource management. And to do so in a way that is relatively easy for modelers to implement, but also highly transparent to different communities. There are also growing needs for operational uses of models to generate real-time forecasting tools. And there's just a lot of technical considerations that go into creating those tools that are shared across many agencies. And that's another argument for putting together an integrated modeling framework and integrated modeling community. The workshop was very well attended. There were 24 to 28 people in person at any given moment, 55 to 60 people online. We had 112 registrants on Zoom. The workshop took the form of plenary presentations. We heard from visionary agency leaders both outside our system and within the Delta and within the state of California. There were a number of different panels that were focused on those thematic elements shown on the slide, and breakout sessions in which groups of attendees were able to discuss what they would like to see, what they would like our community to invest in first and foremost to launch this workshop. And I want to particularly thank Greg Gearhart, the Deputy Director of the Office of Information Management and Analysis, for his valuable contributions to a panel that was focused on open science and some of the emerging tools available to support an integrated modeling framework community. Next slide. One of the more interesting exercises that the breakout groups undertook was to curate a list of, I like to think of them as moonshots, but big challenges that we face within our system that could be addressed in a major way through the resources of an integrated modeling framework or integrated modeling community. We had panelists both develop what these, we're calling them use cases or case studies were, and rank them in terms of their potential impact on the governance of water resources, and also on the basis of their feasibility, which was assessed through the investment of money, time, effort that would be needed to develop these resources, as well as whether some of those, whether the science is available to support work on those topics. And it is a little bit hard to see on this slide, but there were certainly some topics that came out across multiple breakout groups. Salinity management ended up being one of the high impact, high feasibility topics that we could really craft these resources around. But this is also available on my own Twitter site if you'd like to take a more detailed look at some of these use cases and case studies. As far as next steps go for the modeling workshop, and I'll ask to go to the next slide, please. There are a few different things that we're investing in right now. Internally, we'll be producing a white paper that contains the recommendations around which there was a lot of consensus. We will be sharing this white paper with different agencies, particularly DPIC member agencies. There will be concrete recommendations for what we should invest in as a community in the next few years. But one of the more exciting outcomes of this workshop is that there were several different teams that span academia and agencies that came together to think about taking advantage of opportunities to put in competitive proposals to get aspects of this collaboratory or integrated modeling framework funded. There is a team that's based out of Sacramento State that's responding to a DOE opportunity to bring DOE climate science to underrepresented communities, and they're looking to essentially translate climate projections into water allocation projections and share that information in close partnership with Delta communities. There's another team coming together that spans multiple UCs and CSU institutions and includes a partnership with Matt Holland at the Water Board, as well as Greg Gearhart. Other partners include Department of Water Resources and the Bureau of Reclamation. And that team is putting together a large proposal to really daylight the CalCIM model that is used to plan water allocations and to generate projections, over 1,000 different projections of potential water allocation futures that permute different climate scenarios with operations scenarios. And those operations scenarios are going to be developed with extensive stakeholder engagement with various communities. And then the team is going to do a deeper dive, drilling down into trade-offs associated with those water allocations in 3 different areas. Access to safe drinking water and surface water here is really the low-hanging fruit that's been identified as the topic of pursuit for this proposal. There's another team that I've talked about quite a lot before your audience previously, that's drilling down into trade-offs associated with salinity management, leveraging a lot of the work that's been done within the Delta Science Program and our partners through our salinity management workshop series. And then there's a third group that is focused on Chinook salmon recovery and Chinook salmon management. So we're really excited to see the outcomes of these proposals. I think just the process of putting together the proposals is already bearing fruit in terms of securing matching contributions from different entities that we've been told there's interest in providing, even if the proposal doesn't get funded. So I think there's just growing momentum within our science community to really invest in some of these tools. Next slide. So I'm going to move on and just give you a preview of the Delta Science Tracker, which is a tool that was a long time in the making. It's been under development since the Delta Science program's early days and the first Delta Science plan. It's motivated by recognition that it would be incredibly useful to be able to track precisely how investments in Delta Science are allocated among different projects, what the results of those projects are, the networks of people working on those projects. And that really helps us close the loop to demonstrate the value of science funding, to be able to display data on where our funding investments have been prioritized and how those priorities align with strategic documents like the Science Action Agenda. So the Delta Science Tracker addresses a number of questions. What activities are underway? Who's involved? When and where have those activities occurred? What management questions are being addressed, and how does that correspond to the Science Action Agenda? What funding sources across agencies support these activities? How is funding allocated to these different activities or topics? And then how connected are different entities, agencies, and scientists in conducting these activities? A practical use of the Delta Science Tracker is it's going to provide us with an automated way of generating the Delta crosscut budget that we report annually at the DPIC meeting. Next slide. So some of the goals of the Science Tracker are to establish a reliable inventory of all Delta Science activities, track funding and progress on those activities. We anticipate that one of the audiences is the investigators themselves, and we're hoping that this is a tool that could help investigators just getting started in Delta Science to identify potential collaborations or what the foundation of research is for topics that they're interested in. And then a fourth goal is to communicate outcomes of research, provide links to papers and data sets that come out of that research. Next slide. This is a project that was developed together with a much larger team of individuals from different agencies who guided the effort and provided advice on the tool as it was being developed. The tool is, development of the tool has been an iterative process. It will continue to be an iterative process, and we're looking to build upon it and expand it in response to user needs and feedback that we receive on user experience. Next slide. This is just a screenshot of the landing site for the Delta Science Tracker. I'd encourage you to poke around. It could be quite fun. You'll see that you can subset or do searches on Delta Science activities by region or management theme or organization providing the funding or implementation or what that funding was designated for. Next slide. So as you scroll down, you will see a landing site for visualizations of different types. You could produce these really neat network diagrams to see how different researchers and different institutions and agencies are collaborating. You could see distributions of funding according to different sources, times, and topics. And there are different ways to visualize science activities as well. Next, please. And there's also, as part of that homepage, there are featured projects. The one that's showing here is focused on wetland resilience and carbon sequestration, or blue carbon. You'll see recent tweets about Delta Science and a set of new and recently updated activities. Next slide. As you drill down into that science activities tab, you'll see a search box that gives you a lot of flexibility for how you pull these results and visualize them. Next slide. And just as an example, Here is one of the types of activities that could be pulled up. This is a project that the Delta Science Program funded through its competitive solicitation to generate low-cost maps of the distribution of both invasive and native aquatic vegetation with the intention of developing an operational workflow that would allow entities like boating and waterways to generate near real-time maps of where these invasive species are present so that they could plan and target their control measures. Next slide. In terms of funding and looking at how the council has addressed funding or how funding has addressed priorities identified in the science action agenda, you could generate these neat graphs of total funding as a function of science action areas or science action agenda need areas, depending on which science action agenda we're talking about. We're hoping that our partner agencies in funding science will make it a requirement of their grants and contracts that users update their profiles and their projects profiles within the Delta Science Tracker so that this does become a reliable source of information about how funding is aligned with management and science priorities. Next slide. And then here's just an example of the type of network diagrams that you could generate to highlight networks of collaborating organizations. Next, please. The next meaty item I have to update you on is the Delta Independent Science Board. They've been very active through the winter and spring. I want to bring your attention to two memoranda that they released in March, one of which is very relevant to the State Water Resources Control Board. They did provide a memo containing some official comments on the scientific basis for implementation of voluntary agreements for the Sacramento River, Delta, and tributaries. They were not asked to provide these comments, but and I just want to point out that they had very limited time to respond to this draft scientific basis, but they felt it was important to look at how this document had evolved. It is a supplement to the original scientific basis that came out a number of years ago, but look at whether their comments on the original scientific basis report were addressed. And they also highlighted several opportunities that they wanted to encourage state board scientists to be cognizant of and really promote. So I'll just provide a brief summary of some of their comments. One area of comment focused on the need for deliberate design of scientific studies to evaluate the outcomes of the voluntary agreements up front in order to maximize the potential for learning and the capability to implement the adaptive management process. They pointed to a need to specify fundamental uncertainties and hypotheses early in the drafts or early in the supplement document. They were very complimentary of the adaptive management component that is highlighted in the scientific basis report and its incorporation of structured decision-making processes, but they also had some critical comments on details of that component. They wanted to encourage staff scientists to use SMART objectives, which stands for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound objectives. They urged the staff scientists to consider the need to have a scientific team in place from the beginning of the program design and a strong plan for data management. Some of their comments highlighted that the design and implementation of the monitoring plan requires improvement. Those were pretty specific comments. And they also felt that the document could go a little bit further in identifying potential concerns associated with sea level rise, temperature variations, or modifications to the growing season, which aren't in the supplement right now. In general, they pointed out that the treatment of future conditions associated with climate change is not sufficiently robust at the current at the current state, particularly with respect to representation of hydrologic extremes. They also called attention to the limited attention that was given to the need for creating, preserving, or expanding cold water habitat for native fishes specifically. Other comments were that projections on gains in habitat for delta smelt and salmon appeared to be overly optimistic, and that contaminants or interacting stressors weren't sufficiently considered. So I encourage you to read their comments for more of those details. The other important memorandum that they released in March was comments on the Delta Conveyance Project environmental impact report, I think that should be, rather than statement, issued by the Army Corps of Engineers. It was much shorter than their earlier comments on the draft EIS to the Department of Water Resources. But they highlighted some ways in which the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers report did a better job of articulating methodologies and findings. The Independent Science Board is in a transition phase. As you know, they recently came out with some substantial reviews focused on the monitoring enterprise and invasive species. They're transitioning to the next set of reviews that they're going to undertake, and they have 3 draft prospectuses that are in progress and nearly ready for public comment, so these will be coming out soon. One of those focuses on managing subsidence in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta with a focus on carbon sequestration and rewetting of peat soils. A second one is focused on exploring scientific and management implications of upper trophic level interactions in Delta food webs. And then a third is focused on science supporting decision-making under deep uncertainty and really looking at how different agencies who are tasked with resource management in the Delta are accounting for deeply uncertain futures. And by deep uncertainty, what's meant here, it's not necessarily looking at the error bars that come out of the models, but anticipating future conditions that aren't necessarily predicted by the models because they result from overlapping events or they represent kind of the black swan events, the extremes that are very challenging to anticipate. They're kicking off this review with a seminar series that the science program has been supporting their development on, and we're really excited about some of the speakers and topic areas that they've identified to focus on in the next year. And I'll ask you to go to the next slide. We do have a confirmed speaker for the kickoff seminar on April 26th. And that speaker is Alice Hill, who's the David M. Rubenstein Senior Fellow for Energy and the Environment at the Council on Foreign Relations. She previously served as Special Assistant to President Barack Obama and Senior Director for Resilience Policy on the National Security Council staff. And she led the development of national policy to build resilience to catastrophic risks, including climate change and biological threats. She has also co-authored a book called Building a Resilient Tomorrow that was published in 2019. She's a really inspirational speaker, and she has some pretty deep expertise on California as well. So we expect her to speak on risk management and decision-making under deep uncertainty in government agencies and what some opportunities are for California state agencies to really be leaders in this area, as well as opportunities for scientists to encourage use of some of these tools and approaches. Future seminars, which will be held on approximately a monthly basis, will focus on what are the tools associated with decision-making under deep uncertainty? What are the potential applications in California? How do we mitigate cognitive biases when we're thinking about and planning for the future? How do we actually conduct horizon scanning? How we incorporate human behavior into this calculus? And then how do we communicate risk to the general public to encourage helpful decision-making processes? Next slide. And then finally, I'll just end by providing announcements on one recent product and then some upcoming workshops. First of all, I want to point out that our workshop summary from the Harmful Algal Blooms workshop that took place in November of last year is available. It's a really meaty and detailed document. So I do know that this is an area where staff within the State Water Resources Control Board have made substantial contributions, and I just want to flag that this is of interest as our community works together to develop a comprehensive and coordinated HABs monitoring strategy. A few other workshops that are on the horizon are our Adaptive Management Forum, which will take place on May 4th. The theme is Governance for Adaptive Management, and it builds on a seminar series that the science program held last year focused on adaptive governance. And then coming up in May is a joint symposium organized by both the Delta Science Program and the UC Davis Coastal and Marine Sciences Institute that will focus on implications of rising temperatures for coastal, marine, and estuarine ecosystems. It will be held on the UC Davis campus, but I believe there will also be a remote option for joining the meeting, and that takes place on May 19th of 2023. So that brings me to the end of my report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Just huge thanks. There's an incredible amount of work that's going on, but I'm just impressed by a lot of the synthesis discussion on the modeling side, on the HAB side. The complexity we well know of the Delta is such that we really need to start to lean on these tools that help us better see the reality of those complexities and understand where we can best do our work. And, the Water Quality Control Plan update is a huge priority of this board right now, has been. But to really complete the standard setting that we're doing and engaging folks, the work that's going on here on the science side is just so critical. And just want to thank the Independent Science Board for their comments. They're really helpful in this moment. I know we're moving fast, and so I think there was this real need to make sure we were touching back with the Independent Science Board, especially given their good feedback and critical role in this whole project that we have before us and best combing out what is the best available science amongst the decision making that we can rest on, and the ISB is a big part of that. So I really appreciated their comments and their feeding into this process. It's really important right now. I guess in my only question, I think at this point would just be, we have through the Delta Stewardship Council as well, the Delta Planning and Interagency committee DPIC, and that's going to be meeting soon. What are some of the things that we should be thinking as we engage with our federal partners? We're doing a lot on our side, especially with the Stewardship Council being such a critical lead and nexus around the science work. What are some of the asks, I guess, that we should start thinking about as we engage? Again, I think I know Chair Madueño at the Delta Stewardship Council is really making an effort of saying, how do we make this federal state space as productive as we can? What are some of the, either issue areas or ways that at least you've seen, especially with all of the work on the science side, that we might come better prepared to that discussion?
I really appreciate that question. Coordination is something that I think about a lot and is the key to addressing a lot of these really wicked problems. I think we're at a unique time right now in terms of having a lot of opportunities to build and renew coordination with federal agencies. I think there are great opportunities within the EPA, which, as you probably know, is receiving an influx of funds associated with restoring the estuary. What I've heard is that there is recognition that the Delta is part of the estuary. There are challenges in funding Delta-specific work through that funding source, but in terms of work that spans the whole estuary, I think there are opportunities that we should look to take advantage of, and one might be achieving estuary-wide coordination on monitoring, particularly monitoring of some of these constituents of emerging concern. And I'll say HABs. I think we really need to work towards developing a monitoring enterprise for HABs that will support forecasting and support better public health, deployment of better public health information in shorter amounts of time. Another area that I think we could leverage these resources for is contaminants of emerging concern. I recently had a tour of the USGS office in Sacramento, the laboratory in Sacramento, and learn more about how rapidly the landscape is changing with respect to the contaminants and constituents that are put into the environment. And the scientists are just, it's a constant battle to keep up with industry and understand what the impacts of these newer compounds that are being used are. And so I think this is an area where the science is really lagging. And we should take advantage of our partnership, particularly with the EPA, to do a better job. One of the things that DPIC is going to be focused on in its upcoming in-person meeting is how we achieve better coordination with respect to wetland restoration. That meeting will be highlighting the work of the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee. And coordination is really essential here because we do need to take a landscape view of wetland restoration in order to understand which areas will likely persist in the face of sea level rise. There's a recent report that, and this is complementary to the Delta Adapts Vulnerability Assessment, that shows that nearly 100% of Delta wetlands will be submerged under conditions of sea level rise at the centennial time frame, unless those wetlands are situated in places where they can migrate up gradient, or unless we more actively supplement those wetlands with additions of sediment. How we place wetlands on the landscape is also going to have a tremendous impact on the multi-benefits that we realize. And so there's this need for a detailed and spatially explicit understanding of how alternative configurations for wetland restoration will impact things like the movement of salinity through the delta and the ability of fish to utilize the habitat that's created. The thing that's been a priority for me in my will be a priority for me in my remaining year plus as the Delta lead scientist is establishing agency academic partnerships, because there are a lot of federal funding opportunities right now that are potentially supportive of these agency academic partnerships and bringing people together across a range of institutions in order to do research that has an applied focus and will advance societal good. And in order to make those partnerships successful, there needs to be a meaningful investment from agencies. Sometimes that is a cost share investment. Sometimes it is just a willingness to put some skin in the game and produce a written documentation that they will be partners in these efforts. And I really think that agency academic partnerships are win-win. There are a lot of principal investigators as well as students in academic institutions who have strong interest in doing work that will actually be useful for agencies carrying out their missions, will be useful to the state in achieving its climate resiliency goals. But it can be hard for people sitting in the academy to make those connections. And meanwhile, I've heard from modelers in particular within agencies that it's been a challenge to identify people to hire with the skills that are needed. And so building a workforce pipeline is one way that agency missions can be advanced. Independent scholars also have the ability to look at a broader range of future scenarios than agencies that are tied to specific missions have, and generate information that's beneficial to a wide range of parties.
Thank you. Yeah, really appreciate that. Looking to fellow colleagues, I know we have about 3 commenters to go to as well. And I'll note for everyone, given where we are on time, I think we'll go ahead and apologies. We'll take a quick lunch after this item and after we've received comment so that we can just have the Sigma item without interruption at that point. So just for folks' timing purposes here. Colleagues, any questions? Board Member Firestone.
Sure, thanks. So thanks as always for the update and all the great work. And it's always just there's so much that I want to dig into more. So it's always a good kind of teaser overview of all the amazing work going on. I just wanted to maybe highlight a couple things as this is such a great touch point between the board and the science program. I know staff are doing that regularly, but for us as a board, one of the things that I think is that you highlighted that is one of the biggest challenges, and I have a concern with how we navigate as we move forward, is this issue around climate change and the limitations we have on being able to incorporate the reality of our changed hydrology, the uncertainty, deep uncertainty, like you said, from one year or month to another, but into things like our scientific basis report and our analysis of the SED and just all the work we're trying to do when we set standards in terms of trying to understand whether they will accomplish what they're intended to accomplish in the face of change and that we're already experiencing, but not necessarily having the tools to build that into our analysis as much as we would like. So I guess, maybe turning that into a question, but really just kind of recognizing that your recognition of that's why it looks like you're doing a lot around supporting decision-making under deep uncertainty and climate change modeling. As you said, do you have strategies or tools to highlight? Again, I know our staff are working closely with folks, but just for us at the board level.
Yeah, I would encourage you to stay tuned to this DMDU seminar series that the ISB is putting together, because for many of us, this is a new area that's outside of our own expertise. And we're trying to bring that expertise to this community so that we can think about how to integrate some of those tools on how we address this really difficult challenge into our operations. And so a lot of the tools for decision-making under deep uncertainty do include common elements, such as stakeholder engagement in various forms, really integrating stakeholders into the process of making management decisions, making those processes iterative. Of course, that iteration is something that's really challenging when we're talking about standards or Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. I hope the seminar series will provide some inspiration there. So I'd say I don't have great answers yet. We'll also be using tools to look at horizon scanning, and some of those tools involve looking for signals of future change and then thinking creatively on what happens once those signals get magnified, because they often do. And can we design simulations? And I'm not talking about just modeling simulations, but actual simulations where agencies develop a potential extreme scenario and then actually go through the motions in real time of how they would respond in order to highlight some of the challenges that they might face. And it might be challenges in rapid contracting or something like that, but just to ensure that there's a process in place to address those sticking points so that they are prepared when emergencies like that occur in the future. So a bit of a hand-wavy answer, but I'm going to look to the ISB to tell you what you should do here.
Yeah, no, and I really, as the chair said, I so appreciate their expertise and work in the quick timeline that we're all working in here around the scientific basis report comments and all of their work more generally. I guess two other things I just wanted to mention. One is just I appreciate the opportunity and attention within the CalSim modeling effort to to look at and develop out a little bit more the drinking water mitigation and kind of resiliency piece for systems that are, or communities that are, particularly that are directly served by project water. I think that's really critical. We saw in this drought year. So I'm excited about that. And I know folks are coordinating on our end with all we're doing on our drinking water side and emergency management, but to make sure we get, are there mitigation tools to make sure that even in those critically dry years, that there's a basic amount of water for communities that need it, and also at an affordable rate. And then just sort of building on, as we talked about, I think we're all try to really deepen our stakeholder engagement, and particularly with tribal and BIPOC communities, environmental justice communities, and it just, I know we are really, as agencies, tend to request a lot of time in our various technical processes. And so just to build on, things we're hearing and, are concerned around and working to try to integrate better within our programs. Certainly you talked about HABs, and I think I'm excited about the report, and also DPIC hopefully helping us all be more coordinated and proactive. We do have a regulatory piece that need to figure out around that, but in addition to our monitoring and notification side, and we are behind as a state in terms, because it's changing, it's worsening so fast. And then just on tribal beneficial uses and tribal and traditional ecological knowledge, we're doing, the Central Valley Board has done a lot, and we are, are doing this at the water boards, is trying to develop tribal beneficial uses, including in the Delta, and then we're going through, we're working to try to integrate more traditional ecological knowledge within our scientific work at the board. And to the extent that there is funding and resources for tribal entities in particular to help us do that better in terms of documenting and data gathering and different pieces, I think we, as a state, we are not providing the funding that we need to get the data and processes done as quickly as we need to. So I say that collectively as a state, and there's limited resources, of course, always, but the more that collectively we can be trying to integrate that in and document it within our processes, it helps us then be able to really utilize it and protect it and manage with it, with those, both the knowledge and protecting beneficial uses. So just sharing, those are things we've heard a lot already in our processes. We're struggling in, but also really trying to do our best across the water boards on, and just appreciate, the science program in particular helping us do that, so that can be all integrated in. And I think those are my comments, but I really look forward to continuing engagement and all your leadership.
And thank you so much for both those comments and the time that you've spent talking to Kristen Dobbin about that drinking water use case. I really appreciate your comments as well on the need to develop these tribal beneficial uses and ways to account for them. That's certainly something that's on our radar as we help facilitate these projects. And I know that the council has also been trying to build relationships with tribal communities. I am happy to report that the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians is going to be a partner to this UC group on the proposal, and we'll be seeking funding for their integration in the group to help develop an understanding of tribal beneficial uses, and that will be a critical part of trying to flesh out what these trade-offs are associated with the 3 use cases.
Thank you both. Anything further from colleagues? And if not, we can go to our first commenter, Lindsay Britton, who will be followed by Mary Kate Lowry and then Deidre Desjardins.
Chair Esquivel, we have given Ms. Britton an opportunity to unmute, and she has not accepted that offer at this point.
All right, thank you. Then we'll go to Mary Kate Lowry. Ms. Lowry hasn't been able to join us yet. Okay, thank you. And then we'll go then to Deidre Desjardins.
Hello.
Hello.
I just wasn't quite. So I am speaking in order. I wanted to say that the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group met from 2012 to 2015, and they recommended developing extreme scenarios in their 2015 report. And we also recommended implementation of tabletop disaster scenarios, including flooding, in our comments on the 2021 California Climate Adaptation Strategy, and also incorporation of specific targets for the flood investments to reduce risk of loss of life. And that wasn't implemented, and one of the key issues was the failure by state and local agencies to proactively deal with inconvenient truths. And it's also embedded in the modeling. And if the Delta Science Program doesn't open up more to independent critics of modeling, they're going to just repeat these kinds of problems. There are very specific things that need to be done about climate modeling. They're not being done by agencies. One example is ARC storm modeling. The first generation of ARC storm modeling, there was hydraulic routing done, the extreme flood flows within DWR, and the contract was canceled about a year and a half in, and the results never saw the light of day. And, a decade later, Daniel Swain is trying to get funding for routing of the new ARC Storm 2 scenario flows. And it's only through the leadership of Colin Namath, who went to bat for him and is getting him funding, that we're finally getting that modeling. And unfortunately, we didn't have it available this year. There's also issues with local hazard mitigation plans. Tulare Lake's hazard mitigation plan says, well, we don't have a database of levee conditions, so we can't assess risk to levee overtopping, but we don't think it's going to be a problem over the next decade. This is the kind of thing people do with hot potatoes. So I do have a synthesis I've worked on. There are a number of reasons that the current generation of climate models, and particularly the CMIP-5 climate models, don't adequately capture the kinds of extremes that we're seeing. And one of the goals of my work is to try to see that that's incorporated, both continued drought, which we might see because there's been a persistent trend towards La Nina-like conditions, and also periodic extremely wet years like this one, that there is evidence that it's turbocharged by climate change. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. I really appreciate your good comments, and think of some of the work that was just being spoken to around horizon scanning and rural risk mitigation, and appreciate just your continued engagement around this. And please, Dr. Larson, anything
Yeah, I appreciated those comments as well, and just wanted to say that this team that's working on the proposal includes climate researchers at Scripps who are actively downscaling the CMIP-6 simulations, which do a better job capturing extreme conditions in California and downscaling those products, running a much wider range of watershed hydrology than was done for CMIP-5. And they're working closely with modelers at the Department of Water Resources to also develop tools for running calcium with synthetic hydrology rather than just historical hydrology that's been perturbed by a factor to adjust for climate change. And so I'm hopeful that we're making progress, however incremental, in that area, but with the recognition that we do need to make rapid progress in improving some of these abilities.
Completely agree and appreciate that, and appreciate Ms. Desjardins the nod to Director Namath. I know we've had a lot of conversation, and we're obviously very reliant on their technical expertise, and here just have continued better opportunities to across the quantity and quality issues, but also these modeling of extremes that we can better than best prepare for. And so just thanks for your good comments as always. I think that brings us to the end of our commenters for this item. Unless there's anything further to leave us with, then I'll just leave us with thanks. Again, there's a lot going on. Really find this really important to be able to get briefed on and have some discussion. We'll go ahead and, so as to not chop up our Sigma item, and appreciate everyone holding on over what we'll do as a brief lunch. And so let's go ahead and try to get back here in 45 minutes, a little less. So we'll be back here at 12:45, and then we can continue on to item number 5, which is our sustainable groundwater management update. And again, appreciate everyone holding on. There is actually now the cafe across the street is open. So Bella Cafe is open. Please do visit them if you are so inclined. And hopefully folks have a moment to grab something quick to eat, come in, and then have a full discussion on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Thank you, everyone. It's been a productive morning. We'll see you in 40-ish minutes at 12:45. All right, everyone, it's 12:45. I hope you had a good lunch. And it's good to be back. Good to see everyone. Hope everyone's refreshed. And now we can just have without the pressure of a lunch or anything, a nice thorough conversation about the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and where we are. I want to go ahead and kick it over to folks here on the panel. I think Natalie Stork will kick us off. Good to see you, Ms. Stork.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. I'm Natalie Stork. I'm a supervising engineering geologist and the program manager for our SGMA program. And I will be co-presenting today with an update on implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. I'm joined here by several people. My co-presenters today will be Paul Goslin of the Department of Water Resources and John Coburn from our SGMA team. And with that, I'll kick it off. Oops, sorry, working out the clicker.
Oh, I think we can advance it.
It's not going. Oh, okay. All right. There's a lot of slides, so we'll have to do the next slide thing. All right. So topics for today. We've got 5 topics planned out for this presentation. So I'm going to start off with SGMA basics, then I'll hand it off to Paul to talk about DWR's determinations on plan adequacy. Then I'll dive into depth a little bit on the state intervention process. And then John and I will talk about future board considerations, and we'll close it out with next steps. Next slide, please. So starting off, why do we have SGMA? Groundwater is an essential resource in California, especially in times of drought when people who are reliant on surface water shift more to groundwater. 80% of Californians rely some or all on groundwater as their source of water supply. Over time, droughts have been increasing in severity. Our system is getting flashier, as we like to say. The wet times are wetter, the dry times are drier, and during those dry times, people rely significantly on groundwater. This was the drought situation on the day that SGMA was passed in 2014. We had very significant drought. Water levels were declining, groundwater levels were declining. Wells were going dry, and there were impacts to communities, farms, the environment, and others. So the state legislature decided that California needed to move towards sustainable groundwater management, sustainable management of our groundwater resources to prevent harms due to groundwater overdraft. Next slide, please. So where does SGMA apply? SGMA applies in all of the alluvial groundwater basins in California, and that the statute allowed local agencies to form and start managing groundwater in any alluvial groundwater basin. However, the medium and high priority basins were the basins that were required to do SGMA. The critically overdrafted basins had a different level of urgency. It was clearly a more urgent situation. They're critically overdrafted. So they had to develop and turn in plans to DWR by January of 2020. The rest of the high and medium priority basins had until January of 2022. SGMA recognizes that groundwater management is best accomplished at the basin scale, but at the local level. Next slide, please. So SGMA required the formation of new local agencies called Groundwater Sustainability Agencies, or GSAs. These agencies were generally existing agencies or collections of agencies with existing land or water use authorities. GSAs were required to develop plans for and define what sustainable groundwater management means to them. Next, we have the Department of Water Resources. DWR was required to develop a framework for the plans and then review the plans. Next, we have us, the State Water Board. The statute set up the State Water Board to be the backup plan if GSAs weren't able to form or to manage groundwater sustainably. So what does sustainable groundwater management, what is that supposed to look like? Next slide, please. SWRCB defines sustainable groundwater management as the basin being operated within its sustainable yield and not experiencing undesirable results. Undesirable results are significant and unreasonable occurrences of these 6 things on this slide, caused by groundwater conditions occurring throughout the basin. What's significant and unreasonable is defined by locals at the local level, with the caveat that GSAs aren't required to address undesirable results that were occurring prior to 2015. And where GSAs define what significant and unreasonable means to them is in their groundwater sustainability plans. Next slide, please. Here are the key elements of a groundwater sustainability plan. Groundwater conditions to describe the basin, sustainability criteria to define what sustainable management is, monitoring to measure how the basin is progressing towards sustainability, and projects and management actions. Where the rubber hits the road, this is how GSAs really work towards sustainability. DWR is the agency that the statute deemed to be responsible for reviewing these plans. So next, I'm going to hand it over to Paul to talk about their findings on plan adequacy.
Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. So I'll give an update on DWR's determinations. Next slide, please. So just to recap where we're at, as Natalie described, we did get the critically overdrafted basins submitted in 2020 and the non-critically overdrafted basins by 2022. And I will take a step back that although this seems, and this is a major foundational piece going through and making determinations on the initial plan review, for SWRCB in the time frame we're in, could you go back, please? Thank you. I've been quoting Winston Churchill that we're just nearing the end of the beginning. It seems like for those who've been at it for a while that we've been at this a long time, which we have, but the time frame for implementation is 20 years, and there's still a lot of work ahead. And I'll preface too that we're going to expect even plans and basins that we've approved, their plans by the time they hit 2040 or 2042 are not going to look probably remotely close to what they are looking at now, because a lot of circumstances are going to change over the next 20 years, and these plans are going to need to adapt to be resilient for communities. And I'll talk about some of those issues in a bit. But just sort of the workload and what we've been dealing with is the 21 basins submitted 46 GSPs. SWRCB did allow more than one plan per basin and more than one groundwater sustainability agency per basin. That was optional. So we did have a number of groundwater sustainability plans and basins. We did complete the initial review by the 2-year time frame for the 21 basins. 12 of the 21 were deemed incomplete, and I'll talk a little bit more about that regulatory process. But the right around that next Monday after we completed the determinations on the COD basins, we got the 63 non-COD basins submitted their 65 plans on that day. I will note, with all the deadlines that have come in on SWRCB, agency formation, GSP submission, and even the resubmission of incomplete plans, agencies by and large have hit every deadline, which I think is a remarkable feat. These are not easy plans to develop and work on, especially when there's a lot of uncertainty and data gaps, which is in every basin. And then we do have alternative plans in basins. We have 9 approved in 2019, and they submitted their periodic evaluation also in 2022. I will say before we move on, we did approve the initial 4 non-COD basins in January. And so we're planning to probably on a quarterly basis start releasing determinations on the remaining 59 basins. We have to do that by the end of next January. So that's quite the task, and the team's been working well on that, and we're well on schedule to get that done. So they'll be coming out quarterly with determinations, probably ballpark 15 determinations per release. Next, please. So this is the pathway, regulatory pathway. So, you know, we complete the review. We'll do a completeness review to make sure the plans have every component that's required, and review every section for substantial compliance with the law, the regs, and guidelines. So staff will review all of that. We have principally, at the initial review, have been focusing in on have they, sufficiently met the sustainable management criteria. And this is important for a number of reasons. Every plan that gets submitted is not going to be, is going to have flaws and deficiencies and uncertainties. But the primary driver is Nellie described for Sigma. It's a different lens than just eliminating your overdraft in your basin. It's a matter of looking at every groundwater user and user or significant infrastructure, if that's related to subsidence. How does the basin being managed, how does it affect them to avoid those undesirable results? And so that's the criteria, at least initially, we're looking for to make sure that are they approaching this the way Sigma has laid out, and are they fully characterizing all the groundwater uses and users and characterizing whether there's undesirable results and how they're going to address those. And that faces them in the right direction towards sustainability. So we have an understanding that we do see a pathway for them to achieve sustainability in 20 years. And then that allows us to have them retain local control and continue down that pathway towards improving their plan towards their journey towards sustainability. So again, if we do review and we approve plans, we have a number of recommended corrective actions, and knowing again that there are probably deficiencies in plans that didn't rise to the level of precluding our approval or questioning whether they're on track or not for sustainability. So those run the range of, updating water budgets if there's lack of clarity, or their monitoring network may not be broad enough, and we want them to include that. Stakeholder engagement is going to be probably a boilerplate that we're going to look for continuation of improvement of engagement. Also, we've been starting to message on climate change, which we also looked, most basins did incorporate the department's guidance for climate change. However, I think what we've experienced the last 5 years, the climate is dramatically different than what any of us could have anticipated, and especially local agencies. 3-4 years ago when they were developing this, not to assume sort of worst case scenarios that have never happened before, but that's the reality we're living in. So these plans are going to have to adapt over time to be resilient to these conditions and the growing climate change conditions. So that's for the approval. Now when it gets down to inadequate, there are determinations based upon findings we have, shortcomings in plans that preclude our approval. And those are identified as inadequate plans. Under the regulations, they have 180 days to resubmit plans based upon what, in response to the inadequate the deficiencies we identified in the incomplete determination. And I will point out that we did, for the 6 basins that were deemed incomplete, we did afford a 60-day public comment period. It wasn't required by the law or the regs, but we just thought that was very important to afford the public the ability to comment on those plans. And I will say that for us, we accept comments on plans at any time, but particularly when there's a submission in that's under subject to our review, those comments are very important to us for grounding as to what's happening at the local level. So we do encourage people on an ongoing basis, if there are issues, to submit comments. And then after our review of those incomplete resubmissions of plans, if we do deem that they have not met all the deficiencies, we will enter into consultation with the board prior to us determining the basin is inadequate and then leading to state board intervention. Next slide, please. So out of the 12, we did approve 6 of the 12. Kings was the only multi-groundwater sustainability plan basin that's been approved. And just to summarize, how did they go from incomplete to approved? And I will say the approved does not mean the plan is perfect or there are not going to be lingering issues we're going to be tracking. This goes with every basin that we've approved. There are significant issues we're going to be looking for in their 5-year updates, and this covers the gambit of all the basins. But what happened was with these basins on groundwater levels, drinking water impacts was a primarily driver. What we found was those basins did inventory and disclose all the groundwater uses and uses, including domestic wells, and characterized what impacts they would have as they go through implementation. So they would be looking at like screening levels of those domestic wells, comparing it to where their minimum thresholds are and doing that disclosure. So, and then I think taking responsibility as stewards of the basin on behalf of all groundwater uses and users, and that's the job of the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, about if there were going to be impacts, potential impacts in the future to any groundwater user, what sort of action are they going to take to resolve and avoid those undesirable results. Land subsidence was another major issue. What we found was that they did move to either minimize or eliminate subsidence, which is probably the only prescriptive sort of driver in SGMA where it talks about eliminating or minimizing subsidence. These basins that went to approval identified the critical infrastructure, and in some cases coordinated with those infrastructure holders, whether it's a conveyance facility, a levee, high-speed rail, whatever, and identified what would be undesirable in terms of future rate and capacity of subsidence, and work through that. Water quality, we found initially some basins did not identify all the constituents of concern, and I tip my hat to the board for coming out with that tool that we've advanced out to the agencies to look at those constituents of concern in the basin and to develop a relationship with the regulatory agencies in those basins on those constituents of concern. So as they do recharge projects, or if they're bringing the basin down below historic levels, which is allowed, to identify and keep closer track of constituents of concern, just so they're not exacerbating those contaminants during project implementation. And they kind of went and kind of got in the right direction on that. Interconnected surface water is generally going to be for every basin. This might be maybe too foreshadowing, but it's probably going to be a recommended corrective action at best in most basins. And the reason for that is there isn't a well-established, articulated methodology for characterizing, monitoring, and managing interconnected surface waters. There's a reason the statute for this indicator alone precluded state board intervention until 2025. But what we were looking at as a minimum is, did they identify the stream reaches that were interconnected? Did they identify in a reasonable way the beneficial uses, including groundwater-dependent ecosystems, which we have also provided as a tool through Nature Conservancy and others, and identified data gaps? Identified what data gaps they had, that recognition about what data they have and what data they need. And lastly, even though there's a lot of uncertainty with this, we need absolutely some established minimum threshold, even if it's something they know is going to change. We cannot have that just be walked away from. So if those elements are there, it would be falling to a recommended corrective action. We just started a process. It's our intent to come out with guidance over the next 15 months or so on for local agencies on how to address interconnected surface water. So by 2025, they'll be poised to follow the guidance and the methodology and really probably have the best system to be able to address interconnected surface waters in the country. So we'll be working with the board and other agencies and stakeholders on that effort. Next, please. So the other side of the coin, why did these 6 plans become inadequate? Largely for one or more of the deficiencies were not met. So groundwater levels and drinking water did not fully address and disclose and evaluate all impacts to all groundwater uses and uses and wells. Moving to land subsidence, similarly, continued rates of subsidence near critical infrastructure without any explanation as to how that is not going to be significant and unreasonable. There were also issues where groundwater levels were used as proxies and for subsidence, and then the groundwater minimum thresholds and the land subsidence minimum thresholds did not match, so you could actually not hit a minimum threshold for subsidence and have it, hit minimum thresholds for groundwater levels. So there was inconsistencies along those lines. And then water quality, again, not fully characterizing all the constituents of concern and being not fully disclosing those issues. So I'll also point out we viewed evaluations on a basin-wide scale, and many of these basins have multiple plans that have come in. So we evaluated every plan and characterized those, but we did not sort of evaluate the sufficiency on an individual planned basin. So if one plan within a basin had a deficiency, that was significant enough for us to deem the basin inadequate. And for a variety of reasons, even if one plan within a basin needed to correct deficiencies, that is going to affect potentially the other plans within the basin, because they need to walk and talk, use the same data, same methodology, and characterize the basin in a similar manner. Next, please. So this brings to sort of the tally of the 18 basins that we have approved. And these run the range, some non-COD basins, some COD basins. So out of the 94 some odd, this is our checklist on progress. So it is kind of moving along. We do, I should have mentioned, we do have Madera that's also resubmitted their plan. They were deemed incomplete in October. They resubmitted on March 24th. We're evaluating that. We just kicked off today the 60-day public comment period, so we'll be evaluating that plan. So next, please. I was jumping ahead. So these are the 6 basins that are inadequate that after consultation and now with the board and under the board purview. And again, Madera multi-plan basin was submitted on March 24th and in response to 180 days to resolve deficiencies. So we'll be evaluating that and waiting for the 60-day public comment period, and then after that we'll make some determination as to whether they were sufficient or not. Next, please. With that, I'll go back to Natalie. Thanks.
Thank you. Now I'm going to talk a little more in depth about the state intervention process. We just following up on Paul's information he presented, since several of the basins were found to be inadequate. This triggers the State Water Board, state intervention authorities. So I'm just going to do a little summary of that process. Okay, so if GSAs are unable to sustainably manage groundwater in their basins, the board can step in. Here are 3 key things to remember. The board only steps in when local efforts are found to be inadequate, so we can't step in whenever we like to. The State Water Board state intervention authorities are triggered by deadlines and deficiencies, which is why we're quite focused on deficiencies today. And the board's role is intended to be temporary. So state intervention is not a replacement for a groundwater sustainability plan. Our goal for this process is for state intervention to help get basins back on track. So back on track with DWR. So it's a temporary process. So what does state intervention entail? First, we have a triggering event, such as finding a plan to be inadequate. Next, the board considers whether intervention is warranted in the basin. The board can put the basin on probation in a hearing. There's a period of time for GSAs to fix issues, and if issues aren't fixed in that period of time, the board has the option to develop and implement an interim plan. Important things to note is that this process is discretionary. This is all at the discretion of the board, and those decisions on probation and interim plans are made at an open and transparent board hearing. Also, a GSA can exit this process at any time if they work to fix the issues that cause their plan to be inadequate. They can petition the board to leave state intervention. Next, I'll go into some detail on probation. When the board puts a basin on probation, the board first must identify the deficiencies that resulted in the basin being put on probation, as well as identify actions to remedy those deficiencies. DWR has also identified deficiencies in their determinations on plan adequacy, and those carry great weight with us, but you, the board, have the discretion to add or remove deficiencies as needed. GSAs have time to address issues and to continue to implement their plans during probation. So in this scenario, any basin put on probation would have a minimum of 1 year before the board could notice for the adoption of an interim plan. So there's time to work on these issues. Also, it's critical that GSAs continue to work on implementing their plans. As I said before, our goal is to get basins back on track and for local management to be successful. For that to work, they need to keep implementing the good parts of their plans while they work on the other parts. Extractors will begin reporting exactly 90 days, extractors will begin collecting their groundwater extraction information 90 days after the board deems a basin to be probationary. This is so the board can collect the data it needs in case it needs to write its own interim plan. I'll talk a little bit more about those extraction reporting requirements and exemptions to that. Next, the board can require meters when putting a basin on probation, and that's so we can collect accurate data that we need in case we need to write our own plan. And the statute requires the board to recover the costs of state intervention. So we will start recovering costs via fees tied to each groundwater extraction report. A few more details. So extraction reports, as I said, if a groundwater extractor is in a basin with a probationary determination, 90 days after that determination, they need to start writing down how much groundwater they're extracting on a monthly basis. These reports are due February after the close of the water year. The reports must be submitted annually by February 1st, and they are required to include where a well is located, how much it can pump, how much it is actually pumped on a monthly basis, the place where the water is used, and what it's used for. And these have to be filed electronically. We have a reporting system that we've developed for this called GEARS. Each user will get an account, they'll log in, they'll click where their wells are located, and then click on the parcels where the water is used. Then they can fill in the additional information that's required by law. The platform is designed to be easy to use, and it's ready and functioning now for when we need it. Here's some details on those fees I mentioned before. So there's a base filing fee of $300, a volumetric rate that's dependent on the level of state intervention, and an automatic late fee for people who are late with reporting. These fees were adopted by an emergency regulation in 2017. A couple key things to note here are that the fees are subject to change. since we do this via an emergency regulation process. If the amount needs to be changed in order to appropriately recoup the costs of our program as directed by statute, we can do that fairly quickly. Also, the board can direct people in groundwater basins to conduct special studies, so there may be additional costs beyond just these fees. When the board puts a basin on probation, the statute by default exempts domestic well owners, specifically de minimis pumpers. So those are people who pump 2 acre-feet or less for domestic use only. The board does have the option to bring them back in if they pump a significant amount of water in the basin. However, with the situation we're looking at now in the Central Valley, we think it's likely that small domestic well owners will be exempt. And lastly, I want to note that we have waivers for fees for groundwater extractors who, for low-income groundwater extractors, as well as for public water systems serving disadvantaged communities. As long as they report on time, they can request a waiver so that they don't need to pay the fees. And this is spelled out in our fee regulation. And I can provide more detail if needed. Okay, next. Back to the state intervention process. We've talked a bit about triggering events such as inadequate plans. We've talked through probation. As I said before, there's a period of time for GSAs to fix issues. And what can happen next if issues aren't fixed is the board can develop and adopt an interim plan. I'll speak briefly about what an interim plan is. So an interim plan, basically the cornerstone of an interim plan are corrective actions to get the basin back on track. There's monitoring to measure how those corrective actions are working, a schedule for the corrective actions, and enforcement to ensure the plan is followed. An interim plan, as developed and implemented by the State Water Board, is not meant to replace a groundwater sustainability plan, but it's meant to get the basin back on track while the locals work on fixing their plans and work on implementation, and to get back on the GSP track with the Department of Water Resources. So this is where we're focused today. As Paul explained, these 6 basins have been deemed to be inadequate by the Department of Water Resources, and they've triggered state intervention authorities. So where do we go from here? Here's some additional information on the potential process and timelines. So first, we had DWR's determination of plan inadequacy. Now we've got a period of time where the board receives DWR's determinations and considers next steps. If you as the board decide to move towards a probationary hearing for any or all of the basins, the next step would be noticing. The statute requires that the board provides a minimum of 90 days notice of the hearing to cities and counties in the basin. Additionally, there must be a minimum of 60 days notice to all of the pumpers that we know about in the basin, as well as people who propose to pump that we know of. SWRCB describes minimum timelines, so all the timelines that I'm going to mention here are minimum timelines, and the board has discretion. The board is not required to take these actions, but these are options that the board has. So after noticing, the board can hold a probationary hearing where the board decides whether probation is warranted for the basin. The hearing is an open and transparent public process where people will be able to provide public comment. Next, if the basin is designated probationary, the board starts collecting data and fees while locals work to fix the plan, as we just discussed before. Our goal is for basins to resolve issues quickly and get back on track. Next, if deficiencies aren't cured during that period of 1 year or more, the board has the option to notice for a hearing to adopt an interim plan. Interim plan adoption is also a public hearing. At any time, if GSAs believe they have fixed the issues, they can petition the board to leave the state intervention process. Okay, so after diving in on state intervention, next we'd like to talk about some considerations for you all. This is the first time that state intervention authorities have been triggered by technical deficiencies in these plans. There are a lot of moving pieces, and here are two areas where you as the board have options to consider. One is timelines for hearings. How many basins and when? And next, prioritizing the basins, the order of probationary hearings. We can't feasibly hold hearings for all 6 basins at once. We're going to need to space them out at least somewhat. So here are some options for consideration. One way to move basins forward would be to potentially move all 6 basins in close succession, so possibly over a period of 3 to 6 months. These could be spaced out 1 or 2 hearings a month. There is a level of urgency in some or all of these basins. John will talk more about the current situation, and so this would be an option that really speaks to the urgency of the situation. Another option would be to move 1 basin at a time, more slowly over a period of 2 to 3 years. This is the first time that anyone has gone through this process, so it could be handy to give us more time to work out issues and deal with individual basins and the groups and interested parties and GSAs within these basins. An option that sort of meets in the middle would be to potentially look at having hearings for 3 basins at a time with a gap of maybe 6 or 12 months. This would allow the board the opportunity to address issues in basins where the situation is most urgent, and then possibly provide time for other basins to fix issues or for staff to work more intensively with people in those basins, and give them time. These are just a few of many options that are out there, but we just wanted to present a few things to consider. Each option has a different timeline. This example timeline is the fastest that we could move towards probation based on the timelines in the statute. So we're already in April. I'll just walk through this timeline real quick. So reasonably, the soonest we could send out hearing notices would probably be May. September would be, if we sent out notices in May, we'd probably be able to hold a hearing in September. So that's more than 90 days. We've already built in an extra 30 days in our planning for the noticing period to make sure we have adequate time for public engagement. So if the board decides to put a basin on probation in September, then December would be when groundwater extraction measurement begins for groundwater extractors in these basins. I'm going to skip over the interim plan notice for a moment. So on this timeline with measurement of groundwater extractions beginning in December, the water year ends the following September, so that's September 2024, or September 31st specifically, and the first reports would be due in February 2025. Fees are due April 1st of each year or 30 days after a bill is sent out for the fee. So it can be a bit later than April. But notice here, I jumped over the earliest possible interim plan notice because there's that 1-year gap, and that falls in September 2024. However, that's before the first extraction reports are due. We likely need this extraction reporting information if we were going to develop an interim plan. So there are ways to deal with this. One option could be an investigatory order at the discretion of the board. There's other options, but this is something that we'll have to think about. Next, as I said before, we can't hold hearings for all 6 basins at once. So we want to give you some options to consider regarding how to prioritize basins. And for that, I'm going to hand it over to John.
Thank you. So we'll start by looking at reported basin overdraft. This bar chart here shows the 6 basins that have inadequate plans. There's 2 bars for each basin. The bar on the left represents the average annual groundwater extractions, and these numbers come directly from the GSP annual reports for the water years 2019 through 2021. The bar on the right in that lighter color represents the sustainable yield. And sustainable yield is a term defined in SGMA. It's what the GSAs have determined is the most groundwater that they can pump out of their basins without reaching an undesirable result. It's important to note that DWR, during their plan review, did find issues with some of the GSP's undesirable results. The dark color on top of sustainable yield represents the average annual overdraft. So that's the difference between sustainable yield and the average annual extractions. So you can see, for example, Delta Mendota is reporting no overdraft, meaning their average annual extractions are lower than their sustainable yield. Whereas the other basins do have significant overdraft, with Tule and Kern having the highest at over 500,000 acre feet per year of overdraft. Next, we can look at this same data. This is the data that was represented in the previous bar chart. With an addition of the column on the right, that's the average annual extraction as a percent of sustainable yield. So here you can see Tule has a high percentage of the average annual extraction with 549%. And it's also worth pointing out again that Tule and Kern have the highest overdraft with over 500,000 acre feet per year. Next, we'll take a look at drinking water impacts related to declining groundwater levels. So again, here's a figure of our 6 basins with inadequate plans. The first thing we're going to look at is a dry well susceptibility analysis that DWR conducted in coordination with the Water Board. This uses current groundwater elevations and projects modeled future groundwater levels to locate where domestic wells could run dry if groundwater levels continue to decline. So we have a color gradient you can see on the left. There's a light gray color. It represents a 1 square mile block that has domestic wells, but none being susceptible to going dry. And it ramps up to the darker red purple color, which represents up to 50 domestic wells in a 1 square mile block that are susceptible to going dry. We also went ahead and totaled the numbers here. So you can see Kauai has a total of 791 domestic wells susceptible, followed by Tulare Lake with 698 and Tule with 492. Next, we added on public water systems. You can see in the light blue color and the gray. So the light blue color represents public water systems that currently receive emergency drought assistance from the State Water Board. And the gray represents public water systems that have the potential of having water outages in the near future. So lastly, for these drinking water impacts, we added on the 2022 reported dry wells here. So this is something DWR manages. It's a voluntary reporting system where domestic well users can report if they've had their wells go dry. So the blue dots here represent wells that were reported dry during 2022. A few things to note is the reported dry wells correlate with the projected susceptible dry wells. And additionally, Kauai, Tulare Lake, and Tule have the highest both susceptible and reported dry wells. So next we'll take a look at subsidence impacts in these 6 basins. So land subsidence occurs when large amounts of groundwater have been withdrawn from certain types of rock, such as fine-grade sediments that underlay these basins. As water is removed from the pore spaces, these fine-grained sediments collapse, and we see the result of this as the land surface elevation drops. It's important to monitor for subsidence because there can be negative impacts to linear infrastructure, such as canals and levees. So you can see significant decrease in capacity of canals, and levees can lower, as well as the ground surface lowering, which can increase flood risks. So here we're looking at INSAR data, which is satellite data that DWR compiles for the state of California. This data covers beginning in January 2015 through January of 2023. You can see the darker green colors represent up to 1 foot of subsidence, and it scales up to red, which is up to -7 feet of subsidence. So again, that has occurred since June of 2015. You can see a significant trough of subsidence that kind of spans Tulare Lake, Kauai, and Tule. Additionally, we calculated the average subsidence for each of these basins. So you can see Chowchilla and Tule have an average of 2.1 feet of subsidence across the basin, with Kauai at 2 and Tulare Lake at 1.8. So the last thing I'm going to cover here is water quality degradation. This figure here uses gamma data, that's the groundwater ambient monitoring and assessment program, and we overlaid it with domestic well locations. So you can see here the concentration of domestic wells that are at a high or medium risk of experiencing water quality impacts from 6 constituents that have been, or that have the potential to be exacerbated by lowering groundwater levels. Now this figure here, we went ahead and refined the data a little bit. We're only looking at nitrate, which is a shallow constituent that can be pulled into well screens as groundwater levels decline. Additionally, we're only looking at wells with construction information and that are screened above the Corcoran clay. So the Corcoran clay spans a large percentage of this region, and it separates the aquifers into the upper and lower, which is why we're only looking at the upper. So here, it's important to note that these wells are very likely to have problems as groundwater levels decline due to the susceptibility of nitrates and other shallow constituents. And with that, I will hand it back to Natalie.
Thank you. So John was talking about these 4 areas here: overdraft, drinking water impacts, subsidence impacts, and water quality degradation. And these give you an idea of the potential urgency when thinking about how to prioritize basins and needed for state intervention. Sorry, the need for state intervention if plans, successful plans, can't be implemented quickly. Now I'm going to focus just a little bit on implementation and coordination as 2 other things to consider when prioritizing basins. Annual reports were due into the Department of Water Resources from all GSAs that have a groundwater sustainability plan. Just this last weekend. April 1st is the due date each year. So GSAs from all 6 of these basins turned in their annual reports. And our team plans to look at these annual reports to get a better idea of how implementation is going. And we hope to, once we look at this information, be able to give you more of an update on what's going on with the plans as they are so far. Things we could look at include allocation plans, so moving towards allocations and demand management in these basins. We know some basins have allocation plans. All are in different stages of implementation. We could also look at mitigation plans for domestic wells, agricultural wells, other wells. There's no formula for this, but we'll be looking at these annual reports, these updates, and hopefully providing more information for your consideration soon. Also, just want to highlight issues with coordination between GSAs and GSPs within basins. When it comes to DWR's deficiencies, they noted deficiencies related to coordination in the Kern and Delta Mendota subbasins, and other basins have had challenges with this as well. It'll take more time to untangle issues in basins with coordination issues, and this could delay progress, leaving them further behind on the required 20-year implementation timeline. So this may be another reason to consider acting more quickly in basins with these issues. So just wanted to highlight these two things for your consideration. Okay, so now we're going to just briefly move on to next steps. If and when you, the board, decide to hold a probationary hearing for a basin, these are some of the steps. As I mentioned before, the statute requires a minimum of 90-day notice to cities and counties and 60 days to all pumpers or expected pumpers in a basin that the State Water Board knows of. Again, we've already added about 30 days to our expectation of when we'd want to notice people, and that's a minimum. So we could notice basins actually far in advance of hearing if we wanted to provide them some date in the future. Once those notices are ready to be sent out, staff hope to share draft deficiencies around the same time. As I mentioned before, the board has to develop its own set of deficiencies for why a basin would be put on probation. So we'd like to release those around the same time as these notices, unless we're noticing far, far out and we're expecting plan revisions in the meantime, for example. We hope to hold a public comment period so that people can comment on the draft deficiencies. During that public comment period, we'll have outreach and public engagement so people's voices can be heard. And after that, but before moving to a hearing, we will need a period of time for staff evaluation of the information that's received before going to a hearing.
Natalie, can I add something really quick?
Yes,
I just
please.
wanted to clarify that the notice periods can run concurrently. Just in case anybody's looking at the 90-day and the 60-day, they can actually run concurrently. So I wanted to clarify that. Thanks, Natalie.
Thank you. Okay, so before we wrap up, I just wanted to mention briefly a few resources that we've recently put on our website. For people who are interested, if they're in one of these 6 basins or not, or they want to know who their groundwater sustainability agency is, we've recently released a GSA lookup map tool that's available under the resources section on our website. So someone can go quickly, sorry, the microphone sounds like it's blinking out, but they can go in and just enter their address and it'll tell them exactly where they are, who their GSA is, what their basin is, and if their basin is one of the 6 with inadequate plans, so they can know or start thinking about what level of engagement they'd like to have. We have several fact sheets on our website, and we have a new updated FAQ on SGMA and state intervention. We also have our water quality map tool that we released last September. The target audience for this is GSAs, other SGMA practitioners, NGOs, and others who are involved with groundwater management. But it provides helpful information about which constituents the board or board staff would like to see mentioned or considered in groundwater sustainability plans, so it may be helpful for those GSAs working on improving their plans or people working on plan updates. So I just wanted to briefly highlight those resources. And that wraps up the presentation. I want to thank you very much for your time and attention to this matter, and we are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
The thanks is really ours, given I know the many, many hours you all here assembled have been putting into all of this and continue to. So just thanks back. And especially to, I know many communities that may be tuning in right now and wondering what it means then to have been found inadequate. I think for folks that have been following along, some of this was covered at a recent informational item, but because of the recent determinations, we thought, again, really important to come back into the public, explain our processes. You know, we're not making any determinations on these 6 right now. It really is, again, just continuing to be very clear and intentional around what is in statute, what is within our discretion, and how is the board proceeding. And I think important at the top that we note, we're proceeding as if these basins will be going back into local control, because that is the basis of the law. That's what we want. We don't have time to collect basins. And importantly, we don't have time for people to feel their sort of pencils down. Then inadequacy means that, well, the state's going to figure it all now, and we can kind of sit back and wait and not keep working very hard and intentionally at what I know are not uncomplicated issues amongst the inadequate basins, but that, again, we're here to say there's ways that we can approach it. I think the most important aspect is, yes, maybe timelines and how we tranche perhaps basins, but I think that will all become more clear as we really understand. And I appreciated the first gloss on some of these aspects of what we're looking at, but I think that timeline will be dictated by resources and other things, and it's really how we prioritize. I think that is really important to start to communicate, and why I appreciated, you know, the gloss on, okay, well, what is subsidence looking like? What are the actual negative impacts that we're looking to avoid looking like, and where is it most severe, as a way to be able to prioritize what is, we're never going to be over-resourced to do everything we could possibly do best here in these spaces. So we're wanting to be intentional and careful, and here communicate, especially from, you know, I'll say here from my seat, but I think I know we as a board see this as well, that we don't want people to take a step back from the work. We need them to engage even more. We're here to be additive and help people get through what are obvious issues that are unable for them to come to conclusion on. And so just thanks. I appreciate the space. I look forward to hearing from the folks. This is only, again, just an informational item. We'll, as we progress through the specifics of basins, you know, I intend to be out in the community. I know it'll be really important for all of us as a board to really be engaging and people understand and get a sense of what it means to have the state board now be a continued partner. And there I would note, you know, I have heard from a couple of basins sometimes feeling like, well, we really had all this work and established a relationship with DWR. That's now going to have to be replicated, or we're going to have to spend time now helping bring our folks up to speed. Carla, and the Director Namath, and I have been very intentional in making sure that we come to this moment actually with a good understanding between our two institutions. And you're not going to find a need to get up to speed, if you will. We may dive deeper in some issues that DWR hasn't been able to, but to the extent that there are like inconsistencies in the way our two agencies are viewing these basins and their issues, we've tried to minimize those. So importantly, folks are coming in with hitting the ground running. That's why, again, we continue to provide the space, and just thank you all for the work that it's taken to actually articulate all of this. And I appreciate the subsidence maps. I'm really interested as well as, you know, what are the actual impacts on communities that we can make sure we're part of, and we stave off across that. So, you know, as we prioritize, if you will, the 6 basins, really looking at those subsidence numbers, impact on drinking water wells and infrastructure, as a way to say, okay, well, where can intervention do the most good amongst a lot of need? And I'll stop there and look to my colleagues for, I don't have any questions here at this moment. I did just want to just say the thanks, and importantly, make a couple of points. We do have about 8 commenters, but I look to my colleagues. I know that was, you know, was a good amount of information, and there may be questions. Board Member Firestone.
I'll just ask a question, and I want to, I think, leave more time for discussion after public comment. But I know that there's still work going into the adequacy determination or corrective actions with adequacy letters for those that are being deemed adequate in this round. And you just got annual reports, are going to continue to, and I know there's a 5-year report not too far in the future. Can you speak a little bit to, of course I'm talking to you, Paul Goslin, DWR's process for looking at those, there's some where there were really critical, urgent impacts that I think were, the plans really worked through, but remain concerns. And so wondering how the department's going to be looking at monitoring that and making determinations in the future if things aren't on track or aren't implemented as designed.
Thank you. Reaching determinations whether to deem them incomplete or inadequate or approved, were difficult decisions. And so we did spend a lot of time since the resubmission of the incomplete plans in July to evaluate whether they addressed those deficiencies or not, and to do it in a way that was consistent with other decisions we made. So that was our one of our primary goals was looking, did they make sufficient progress in addressing the deficiencies, and were our actions consistent? Knowing that some of the basins that we did approve did make sufficient progress, where they went from, in some cases, not really wanting to address or mitigate, large number of domestic wells that would go dry in the future, to switching around and actually, identifying and detailing out what those impacts are in a detailed way and making very firm commitments to do that. So same with subsidence. There was clear, decisions that were totally different than where they started. And just recognizing a local board, to go from where they started policy-wise to shift in a way that is consistent with the law and the regulations is significant. So our goal is, if we do feel they're on the pathway looking ahead towards sustainability, that's where we're in the process now of going through all those, the determinations on all the sections of the plans and identifying not just the details we identified in deficiencies, which are going to be important, but there are other elements within their plans too that we want to highlight as corrective actions, our expectations for what we expect improvements, starting with the 5-year update. So we're going through that process now, and it is very detailed. We did come out with sort of the indication about these basins being approved, is sort of a, early indication at the same time as the inadequate ones. One, because we're ready for that, and two, we needed the time to complete the determinations on the approved. So where we're going, we're starting to shift internally ourselves. We're not going to be the office of GSP reviews. The initial reviews are going to be one way or another done within about the 9 months, and even with the ones that are inadequate, hopefully in short order, they'll come back to us. But we're starting to build out and shift towards that compliance oversight, the annual reports. So approved basins, we started a process on evaluating their annual reports and that feedback mechanism. We do have drinking water guidance that's probably going to come out this week for agencies. A lot of agencies got it, as we've seen some agencies have it. So for those, and in the long haul, how the process about how to identify and address drinking water guidance is going to, I think, be helpful. So, even an approved basin, even the ones that we've approved, doesn't mean that at some point we may deem them inadequate and have state board intervention. And that could lead to anything probably with the 5-year update, because it's going to be primarily based not so much what the words on the paper and plans are, but what the empirical data shows from the representative monitoring levels. Are they hitting their interim measures? Are they hitting those levels in the basin that they indicate they're on sustainability? And if they don't meet those, we're going to expect some response from them about why and what they're going to, what action are they going to take to get back on track. And that's going to open the door on how are they dealing with projects and management actions. Again, for us, that's a local discretion about what projects they choose and how. But if they're not hitting their interim measures, that's going to cause concern for us, as well as open the door about what assumptions do they make in the water budgets on climate change. How are they engaging stakeholders in the whole gambit? So really, it's going to be intermediary step all the way along the process to make sure they stay on track, they keep improving their plans, they address these issues every 5 years, and may happen in between the 5 years where we may do an evaluation that may lead to some issues. I will point out there's not an incomplete process anymore. So if we do find and determine that a basin has gotten off track or they're not responsive to major issues we've dealt with, those recommended corrective actions, we can deem the basin inadequate after consultation with the board.
Thank you both. Board Member Morgan and then Board Member McGuire.
Just want to, thank staff for the thorough presentation and also for DWR for joining us today. This is going to be, a new process for us, and this is the first set that are going through, and just hearing the workload that is still in front of DWR and not knowing what that may mean for also us as they continue to work through the next, the remaining plans that are sitting there. Definitely feeling the momentum to keep moving forward, to be, just really keep pushing, but also just, knowing that we need to be strategic of how we do so. And then also just, really want to hear from the commenters that are here today, and, thank you for, recognizing just the need for also continued public outreach and hearing from the communities that are within the areas that are potentially coming under the board's purview. And so just with that, just we've done this in other areas, so just really looking also for opportunities to learn from those that have been proactive, and using best management practices, looking forward the new looking and installing and taking, just for new technologies, and putting those in place and being able to employ those. And so just, to use water, more efficiently, just because I think this is a space where we can continue to learn and to continue to grow. Just all of us, including myself, is just, how do we, better manage water, even as individuals, and then also as, the pumpers out there. And so just, I think just as we move forward, just want to just put that out there, just as we've done with conservation and others, just having that space where we can hear from those that have been proactive, so that maybe perhaps those that can learn from them can be able to, have, where this can be also that type of a space where we can share and listen and learn from each other, so that we can, help bring the community along together. So just want to, put that out there also. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. Yeah, there's a lot of incredible work going on in that confidence building of being able to see that people are addressing some of these issues. Like, Paul said, there's response, there's good policy response that we can highlight. So it's not just, feeling like we're coming down on folks. It's really connecting. So I appreciate that. I see Vice Chair's hand up as well, but I'll go to Board Member McGuire first, and then Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Both the Department of Water Resources and State Board staff, I've really appreciated the work that you've done over the last, 7, 9, however many years now, since the passage, I'm losing track of time, since the passage of SGMA. We really have come a long way. It really, truly is remarkable to see how many of these groundwater sustainability agencies have been formed, how many plans have been developed, how many have even been through various iterations over their short life cycles, and how many have started to implement and really take meaningful measures to reach sustainability over the next 20 years. So I think it's remarkable and not at all a small feat that we've accomplished already, but acknowledging there's a very long way to go. So my question, as I'm thinking about a lot of what you covered were the prioritization factors, and you gave us, I think, some really helpful information about looking at subsidence and water quality impacts, implementation steps, and coordination. I think those are all very worthwhile to look at, and as we're thinking about the urgency and where we need to head and how quickly, and how we do have limited resources. So how do we sequence the work? And Chair Esquivel, to your point, about local control, about really the intent of SGMA, wanting to give management back to the basins and not really take it. Anything that we do here is intended, designed, and hopefully temporary in nature. And we want the basins to continue working, continue even implementing the plans, even if they were found inadequate, to keep doing what they're doing. And so I guess my question speaks to kind of where we're at now. I mean, we're in this place of consideration, and we're sort of in between what DWR came up with as the inadequate findings. We're transitioning towards a decision point in terms of how do we go to hearings, probationary hearings? When do we go to probationary hearings? Who do we take to a probationary hearing? Those are all questions I think that haven't been answered yet. And I think the reality is that in all likelihood, there's going to be some time from now and perhaps when that process is completed. DWR has another 15-ish basins per quarter here coming out the next year. We don't know yet what their conclusions will be on that. Perhaps there will be more work even then to do once those findings are out. So when we're thinking about this time, this space here in between the finding and any hearing notice, if there are basins that are, have expressed a willingness to, change their ways, if you will, to look at remedying the deficiencies that DWR has articulated and I think is sharing with the basins, is that a factor in the process? I guess what I'm getting at is willingness and even a desire for some of these basins to, quickly. You mentioned the petitioning. You mentioned during the probationary process a basin could petition at any time. I guess what I'm saying is, what I'm asking about is, what if a basin were to petition earlier? What if they were to petition before or sometime during the hearing process? Is that an avenue within SGMA if those basins would like to take advantage of it?
So the statute says that in a basin where an interim plan is an interim plan is being implemented by the State Water Board, and at any time where a GSA feels that they have addressed the issues that put them on probation, they can petition the board to leave state intervention, and the board shall act within X number of days. I think it's 90 days. Before an interim plan, the statute is silent on exactly what that process looks like. And where we are with SGMA now is you as the board are the decision makers. And so I think there absolutely is flexibility. Others may have other comments, and I want to give them space to comment as well. But there's flexibility for GSAs to fix plans and ask for our thoughts on them. And then ultimately we would make recommendations to you, the board, and it would be at your discretion whether those issues are addressed, issues that at this point DWR has identified them. If we get to a probationary hearing and a basin's put on probation, then you as the board identify the deficiencies. That becomes the basis that they're working towards at that point. So there's space there. I just want to mention that for DWR to review the changes just for the updates for these plans that were deemed previously to be incomplete, that took 6 months. So it does take time. And remember, there was 2 years to review the original plans. And our team has been looking at the original plans, the revised plans. We've been looking at these along the way. We've done public comment letters to the Department of Resources on issues where the board has regulatory experience and some thoughts to help, provide our thoughts to DWR. So we've been looking at these plans, but it will take time for staff to review them. And if there's an urgent situation in a basin, you might choose to schedule a hearing date. And at some point, there's going to need to be a cutoff date because staff would need time to review those changes and make recommendations to you as the board, and then you decide whether or not to move forward with that hearing. So I think there's an opportunity, but also we need to be thoughtful about how much time it will take and also the urgency of the situation, and given how much time has been spent so far on developing the initial plans and doing revisions. So those are just some things to think about.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, board member, and I think that, you know, it does continue to rest that we have a lot of flexibility in that. I think it is, like all things, in the balance of just what Ms. Stork has said when it comes to the ability to be accommodating that way and the time it actually then takes to do that work, and a feeling of, you know, not wanting to encourage this moment to be another appeal moment where it's like, okay, well, you know, we'll just try to reiterate things that maybe we don't feel DWR understood well enough to you, and what's an actual change that we could like rest on and say, okay, that there is some change circumstance there, and then the staffing time to actually do that work. So yeah, I think, you know, it's about setting, I think appropriately, an expectation there that the board is open and is open-minded, but we have to be careful about, I guess, creating a lot of additional process in a way. But I appreciate the question, because I think we need to your point, be telling folks kind of how we're seeing that balance there. So.
To that point, the schedule Ms. Stork showed on screen did not include a period for like detailed subsequent, you know, like a full a substantial reevaluation of resubmitted plans. That's not required before a probationary hearing. If the board directs that should be done on a case-by-case basis, you know, that would push out the hearing schedule.
Yeah, and I think it'll be about what we start to hear as we kind of go into the specifics of those like GSPs, right? Or A's with their P's.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the response too. And I think, again, for me, it's trying to figure out how do we approach this prioritization question. I do feel that there's an urgency to move forward. I do feel that the board should be using its authority appropriately. But at the same time, if there is a space, you know, wanting to provide it without creating undue delays, because I feel like, as I said, you know, the years are clicking by. We've seen now another drought since the impetus of Sigma in the first place. Who knows? You know, we're not in a drought space right at this moment, but another one could be coming soon. And so, you know, we need to act with all sense of urgency. So, thank you for that. It does help as I'm thinking through where we go from here.
I really appreciate that, board member. What comes to mind as well is that subsidence map, which, you know, was from 2015 on. So it's like passage of the law on 7 feet down in a number of areas. So anyway, Vice Chair, please. Oh, apologies, you didn't come off on mute.
Well, thank you for that last discussion. I'd like to provide some of my thinking. It's not all that clear, but I am also looking for something along the lines of what Board Member McGuire is talking about. So, first of all, thank you all. This was just a really interesting presentation, and it's just really sobering to look at the key areas for priority. So I think that it really does require us to move intentionally, move quickly. But I also think that it's important for us to get this right. And so I would not favor moving all of the plans forward immediately, but, you know, moving forward with those that hit some of those key priority areas. There's, you know, you look at the list and there's some agencies that keep coming up. And so really anxious to hear more from staff about, you know, how they would analyze these different basins in terms of priority. But then also, it seems to me that once you're in the queue and a notice has been filed, Chair Esquivel, I appreciate what you said. There shouldn't ever be, pencils down. So how do we incorporate this additional information or improvements as opposed to, I'm not looking for, I agree with you, I wouldn't look for another, this is an opportunity to get, sort of forum shop or go to another arbiter that, and you make your same case all over again. But truly, pencils haven't been down, improvements have been made. And so what is that process once a notice has been filed in order for us to get the most recently updated information and hopefully improved, really seriously looking at what the department called out as deficiencies, and for us to incorporate that quickly into our review. So there's that tranche. And then there's the other tranche that, depending on what process is recommended, whether it's, the successive list, everyone kind of going forward, in sort of a staggered way, or doing this in groups. If we move forward with a couple of basins, 2 or 3, then I also think we should identify a process for those that are not yet, where a notice hasn't been filed and they're sort of waiting. The reason being that I am concerned that there isn't a basin that has been identified where they're not on this list of priorities. And so in the meantime, again, for those, if we don't move forward now, what I wouldn't want to see happen is just, kind of waiting. I haven't heard from anyone that says they want to just wait. So I don't think that's going to happen. But at the same time, I think that, for us to incentivize moving quickly, and I hadn't thought of it this way, but Board Member McGuire, if you're saying, maybe incorporate that into a factor as well in terms of priority, if there's truly been some improvement that's been made, could we consider that as well? And when we had our staff briefing, we talked about something along the lines of a check-in. And I want to be mindful that, I know that our staff's going to be super busy, especially with respect to the ones where a notice gets filed. But is there, some sort of a periodic check-in that wouldn't require too much staff time for us to just, see how things have been going and keep that pressure on all of the basins, not just the ones that we're moving forward, in terms of the highest priority. So I look forward to, your thoughts on that, it's our staff and DWR, and also, maybe some of the commenters, if you have any opinion, on how we could do this, in a thoughtful, strategic way. Again, not just giving folks another bite at the apple, but, an opportunity to present significant improvements. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Vice Chair. Look to Ms. Stork and others if they want to comment any further on it now.
Yeah, to address a couple of the Vice Chair's thoughts on this. Regarding a check-in, I can let you all know we have all met with all 6 of the basins already. So there's a designated point of contact for each basin, and they've reached out to us and we've set up meetings. So we've had our initial meetings with every single basin, and we plan to continue having those meetings so that there is a regular check-in. So we can find out more about how implementation is going, and so they can ask their questions of us. And we can also work closely with the Department of Water Resources to make sure we're all on the same page. So that process is ongoing, and we're looking forward to continue that process with all 6 basins and provide you all updates as needed. Another thought regarding concerns or desire for a bit of a process for people to check in regarding changes to plans, even if something is noticed. I just want to point out that during that noticing period, with that outreach and engagement portion and the public comment, that's a great opportunity for not only all the interested parties in the basins to engage, but also for the GSAs who are working on revised plans to, they can come forward with more information at any time, from this moment forward. But the public comment process is also for them as well as all interested parties in the basin. So just a couple of thoughts to share, and maybe others have thoughts as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that in pointing to just the regular check-in. So there is, that opportunity to say, hey, we've done significant changes, or we're planning to, we're starting to understand where folks are headed there. Because I think it is here just a matter of folks that aren't in probation and how we might review that, because there is a process once they are in, right? They can petition. We have 30 days to respond. There too, I would hope that, there's not fire off petitions, but there is some discussion. We understand what they're changing. We can, help make sure that we're not just receiving something we're going to reject pretty roundly, pretty quickly, and then just going to a do loop of, well, now we really think we've changed it this time. So it is really those folks that are outside of probation that we're talking about at that point. And because we're going to have to prioritize, I think, we should think about what that means, or because I think for those that say we don't move right away into probation, we want them to continue to feel that same pressure, even if they were, if you will, in probation, but because of prioritization or resource issues, they're not on deck at that moment. So maybe it's continuing to think out, well, what is that space that folks live in prior to it? And if there's a moment in there where there's more information, maybe, how to better treat it. Anyway, we'll have more. I appreciate this. Yeah, Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. I have another question. So what we're just one clarification. The petition process starts after the interim plan. And then the workshops, we're doing a hearing in order to determine whether to put them in probation. So if they can correct something in time for the hearing, and, that's what we're all going to be considering, and it's, we don't have to act, and we don't want to act if we don't have to. I mean, I think it's very clear. We would rather not be taking this on if we don't need to. So it seems like that's a pretty clear opportunity, and I think that's a good point. And I also agree with the discussions and points on, all the points made, and we'll discuss more about that after public comment. So my question is, what we're talking about in this, really the first year, for even the first ones that we do, is getting data. I mean, putting it into probation, all we're doing is making them report, and there will be subject to fees. So those are both very significant things, but they're not going to change in and of themselves anything about the immediate actions. They're not going to be required to do something different in terms of groundwater extraction. And so I would like to understand more what the importance is of getting that extraction data, what we have now without having them go on probation, and including what's public now without them going into probation, and then what will change as a result of having them go into probation from a kind of practical solution-oriented perspective.
Thank you. That's a great question. So the first thing I want to point out is what you said is right. If a basin's put on probation, all that happens in that first step is that we're collecting data and collecting fee funds. It doesn't take away any authorities from the GSA. They can continue with their process. And this information is really critical for us to help the basin get back on track. Groundwater extraction information is something that every GSA has the authority to collect. Not all GSAs are collecting this information. In fact, many are not. Some are looking towards using tools such as evapotranspiration data, so measure water that's lost via plants, which is a good proxy for how much water is being used. But there's several complicating factors. First of all, it's not the exact same thing as water that's being pumped out of the ground. Secondly, you can't tell just by running we call it ET. If you just look at ET over an entire groundwater basin, that tells you how much has been transpired by plants. It doesn't tell you how much of that is surface water and how much of that is groundwater. So we need an accurate picture of how much groundwater is being extracted in these basins. Also, if we or the GSA is moving towards a demand management model, so if we develop an interim plan, as I said in the presentation, there's corrective actions. It's most likely that we would move towards demand management as a corrective action. The GSAs all have the authorities and abilities to implement demand action as one of their projects and management actions. Not all of them are moving in that direction. So far, many of them are not, but many are starting to think about it and reckon with it. If one is going to do demand management, there's different ways to do it. We as the State Water Board have to follow water rights priorities, and so we need an idea of what people are actually pumping in order to develop that interim plan, develop a demand management plan, and then actually implement it and enforce it. And it's a similar situation for the GSAs. You can't manage what you don't measure. And if they want to have demand management, if they want to know how much water is being pumped out of the basin, if they want to be able to enforce their plans, they need to collect these data. So there's an opportunity there if we start collecting these data that maybe they aren't. There's the opportunity for them to get back on track and then for us to transmit these data to them, and then potentially they'll move on to a platform where they can also do accounting. Right now we have a partnership with the Environmental Defense Fund and the California Water Data Consortium and the Department of Water Resources, and the EDF and California Water Data Consortium are both leading an effort to develop an open source water accounting platform. There are several GSAs that have volunteered themselves to be pilots or pilot agencies to really help get this going. So there's some great efforts that are going on right now. But us starting to collect these data on groundwater extraction is really a key thing to helping basins get back on track. It doesn't take any authorities away from the GSAs. Yes, we are charging fees. Those are on top of GSA fees. We're trying to get a good idea of what fees GSAs are charging. This can be challenging. It's not always readily available on websites. We think our fees are quite a bit lower, which honestly is in line with the amount of work that we'd be doing. Those that are charging fees, they had to develop plans and work on implementation, whereas we're focusing on data collection and potentially interim plans in the future. So just want to share that it is really important for groundwater extraction data to be collected either by GSAs or by the State Water Board. And we've also made significant efforts within our platform to make it simpler to report. So if a GSA wants to report for everyone in their basin, we actually have a part of Gears that can kind of do that with a spreadsheet. So there's opportunities there. Oh yeah, and we also, this reporting information would be really helpful so we can understand what the, what types of wells are out there, who the users are, and what the water is being used for, so we can get information on drinking water wells. Domestic well users, de minimis groundwater pumpers are, again, by default exempt. We could still get voluntary reporting just on where these wells are. And for those that aren't exempt, we'd get more information on other wells that people are reliant on for drinking water, so that we could have a better understanding of the situation in these basins.
Thanks. Sorry, can I one follow-up question? Not to put you on the spot, so if you don't have this right in front of you, but do you know whether which, if any of the 6 are of the GSAs are collecting water extraction reporting now of those 6? If you don't know off the top of your head, I don't want to put you on the spot.
All of them in their annual reports have to provide us an estimate of groundwater extraction, which they do. So they're all providing some extraction data. Some of it is maybe, as Natalie talked about, is ET based. Some of it may be off of the groundwater model processing, and then some have meters. So it runs sort of the gambit, but they're all reporting annual estimates of extraction.
But in terms of the types of more detailed extraction reporting that would be required if they're under probation, do you know which ones they're already collecting that versus which?
Yeah, offhand, I don't know. Because even within some basins with multiple groundwater sustainability agencies, some of them will do different methods for extraction. So
between the different ones within the subbasin. Great. Okay. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member.
To clarify something really
Yes,
quickly,
please.
in case folks were listening and we used the word de minimis. And so I just wanted to clarify that the statute defines that as 2 acre-feet or less of water for domestic purposes. So that is what de minimis means in the statute.
Really appreciate that clarification, and helpful, especially for folks listening to the discussion and wondering what that means for them. I just want to make a note, the data component of all of this is just really critical. It's the foundation for all of our decision making. And, I know that, there's a need to focus on that. And I appreciate the Water Data Consortium, DWR, others. I know sustainable conservation, I think, is part of the effort as well to just have a better accounting tool, open source, that folks can use and to make better informed decisions around things like where you should be doing recharge to begin with. And I know that's a lot of the work that we're also just engaged in with the executive orders and this entire space. So I just wanted to give nod to all of that. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the discussion on reporting and data. I think that is very important. And so it triggered something for me that I wanted to ask about. So one piece of the intervention process you mentioned was the potential to require metering. And so could you speak a little bit more to that in terms of where that fits in the process, when you would make that decision? For example, if extraction reporting started, but a majority of the wells aren't metered or don't have the data, how would you... I can understand why many basins are looking at OpenET or other tools like that because of that issue. So have you started to think about through that process, what that would look like and when we would start to see metering implemented if it's required?
So the decision to require meters, if a basin is put on probation, is at the point of the probationary determination. So right now, by default, the statute doesn't require meters. And the way our reporting system works is if you can either check a box and say that you have a certified meter and upload that information, or you don't check that box. And you can provide estimates. And we currently have a guidance document on how to estimate your groundwater extraction, with some examples in there. We don't have ET as an example in there specifically. We do leave it open. We say that there are other ways to estimate your groundwater extractions, and we recommend people reach out to us to refine that method they're going to use. Because if they are going to use ET, we want to make sure it's a robust method. So it leaves it open to consider on a case-by-case basis. So if you, the board, want to ensure that we're collecting high-quality data specifically from meters, you can require meters for all of those people who are subject to groundwater extraction reporting requirements. So that's the point of the decision. There are certainly opportunities with ET, and I'm happy to talk about those more. Also want to highlight that the extraction reporting requirements don't kick in, even the measurement part of it doesn't kick in until 90 days after the probationary determination. So there's 90 days there for people to prepare to start collecting the information.
Yeah, thank you. That helps. I was just trying to sequence in my mind when all these steps would happen and when those decision points would fall. So I understand now it's at the probationary hearing moment. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And, I'll just say that for me, exploring ET, I know we have it here as an active project, an alternative compliance plan within the Delta to refine it so that if we do come to that moment, maybe there's a way to better just have that information that's at lower cost and even better provide it for folks. But I think, as Natalie said, there's probably a bit of implementation there that we would need to understand from folks how best to accomplish that once we get to that point. But it sounds like we have the flexibility, which is good.
Sorry, one other follow-up on these. That's okay. So it's 1 year. The interim plan could be adopted after 1 year of going on probation.
Yeah, we believe we can notice to adopt an interim plan a minimum of 1 year after a basin goes on probation, with this scenario where there's a plan that is found to be inadequate. There's actually another scenario in the statute where if a basin doesn't have a plan or doesn't have a coordination agreement, the equivalent of not having a plan, it's actually 6 months minimum. But in this scenario, it's a 1 year minimum before noticing.
Many, many thanks. I really appreciate the good dialogue here around this. And we have to hear from others. So this will be helpful. Maybe folks can comment on some of the areas that they've heard the board members here interested in. Let's go ahead and get to our first speakers. And I really appreciate everyone's patience and holding on through over the lunch and into now our discussion. I believe we have Lindsay Britton signed up to speak first. She wasn't able to join the platform earlier. I don't know if she ended up doing so. Looking to...
Well, she's been on the platform, and we did hear from her earlier today, but I've given Ms. Britton an opportunity to unmute if she would like to comment on this item. And so far, no response from her.
Thank you. Next, and she again noted speak if necessary, so but appreciate your being on the platform with us, Ms. Britton. Okay, next we'll go to Madonna Lang, and then go to Atume.
I'd like to thank everyone for this opportunity to speak and for everyone's hard work on the Sigma project. I certainly appreciate everything that you've done to try and bring our groundwater back into sustainability. I had a couple questions, if that's okay. My first one is the Bryant Kern has a significant amount of subsidence, and it's basically reduced the capacity of the Bryant Kern down by 60%. In Kern County, our last receipt of 100% of our contracted state water was 20 years ago. Last year, we paid for 100% of our state water allotment, but only received 5%. The state's reduction in our state water has forced us to rely more on groundwater. Is anything being done to honor our full allotment of our committed state water? And in looking at the data, has our lack of surface water in any way been allocated towards some of the, the discrepancies in what we're drawing out of the ground versus what we have that's been put in? That's my first question.
Okay, and go ahead and provide your second question. I'll note we may not be able to answer your questions fully. I think your questions here are more for, say, the operators of the State Water Project and those and Department of Water Resources. And although we have representation here, it's not from the project side of that house. So we'll take your questions as comment, and I will try my best to actually respond back in a way that hopefully is helpful. So we'll hear your second question as well. Thank you.
Okay. How many of the basins that have been stated to be inadequate have received surface water allotments similar to Kern County? And having met with several districts within Kern Basin, I can tell you that they are taking this extremely seriously. So I appreciate everyone's understanding of that. And that's one of the things that really struck me today, is your ability to try and work with these basins. My last question has to do with the individual basins. Within the basins, are there water districts that are marked as adequate in the total basins inadequate determination?
I appreciate the questions. And here, we're looking to hear folks' real input and comment as we work forward. And I appreciate your questions there in the vein of the impact of surface water deliveries on communities. What are other communities that are currently found inadequate, similarly have had surface water constraints? We know that there are those surface water constraints. It's part of the real analysis that's gone into the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and work from, I know, the GSAs locally. So that information is contained within GSPs, those sorts of assumptions on how much you might be receiving from surface water and then the impact on groundwater are kind of contained in there. The specific response to the questions are, again, sometimes better for the State Water Project to be able to respond to. But I think thematically, again, the points that you're trying to make, Ms. Lang, around considering those impacts of certainly reduced surface water or what we can expect, especially given this new climate we're in, these last dry years, what that means for expectations then on how much you can sustainably yield are going to be really important. I don't think we'll get into any specifics of the Kern Basin right now, or this isn't really meant for that, but I appreciate your questions and engagement around this and agree that there are a lot of folks out there that are looking to try to get this right. So, and would look to see if Mr. Gosselin wants to add anything from DWR, but again, different branch, he's not with the State Water Project side. So,
thanks, Chair Esquivel. I think one of your points, and we've heard this or question from some people too, is did our determinations, was it based upon current conditions? Drought, low allocation, the answer is no. It's based upon the plan that covers the whole plan period that will take into account dry years like this, low allocations, increased demand on groundwater, as well as wet years. It's over the whole period. So it was not, the basins were not determined inadequate because of current conditions. It was about the planning period in total. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Really appreciate that, Mr. Gosselin. And thank you, Ms. Lang. I appreciate your engagement today and your questions. Look forward to further discussion here. Next, I'd like to call up Godu Atume, who will be followed by Tien Tran. Good to see you. Good to have you here in person with us. You may need to turn on the microphone at the base there. There's a small button. Once it's green, should be good. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. Thank you for having this hearing today. My name is Godo Atsume. I am a senior policy analyst at Clean Water Action, and I lead our SIGMA and implementation efforts. I'll be providing comments today on the 6 inadequate groundwater sustainability plans that moved to the board last month. And my comments are in alignment with comments we'll hear from Tien from Community Water Center and Leadership Council, NADLI. I'm going to divide my comments into 2. I want to talk about the deficiencies that we saw when we looked at these plans. And then I also want to comment on the probation prioritization that we just discussed. So our groups were deeply involved in this process since the passage of SIGMA. We reviewed and provided detailed comments on all the plans that were submitted to the states. We provided comments to the local GSAs and also to the states on how to consider drinking water users and communities. Unfortunately, we saw in the draft plans, in the final plans, and the revised plans that communities were most times not adequately considered in sustainable management criteria, in monitoring networks, and also in projects and management actions. And the consequence of this is that they're not being part of what would impact them. So I want to highlight some key areas. Groundwater quality was one that was ignored or not adequately addressed by all 6 of these basins. SIGMA has charged GSAs with the responsibility to protect water quality from degradation from their use. And many basins, like most of you know, people that are familiar with SIGMA, they narrowed down the contaminants that they were identifying and protecting in their plans. For some of them, they would identify some contaminants and fail to provide sustainable management criteria for that. I am flagging this because the board has authority when it comes to water quality, and this is something that we want to see the board address as these basins have moved to you. So we ask that the board ensure all contaminants of concern within a basin are identified and monitored, particularly because this impacts communities. Secondly, I want to comment on stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement was lacking in most of these basins. And in places where there was stakeholder engagement to some extent, those community members, their voices were not incorporated into the plan. So we heard this repeatedly, where they would actually attend meetings, but their comments were not incorporated into those plans. And what that has translated to is that we're seeing projects and management actions that are impacting communities because their voice were not incorporated. I also want to talk about public engagement. When the inadequates came out, some of these basins moved to in-person only. They instantly changed from having hybrid meetings to in-person only meetings where we, the public, cannot participate and communities can also not participate. So we're calling on the board to address this as these basins have moved to you. Like we've heard, you have the authority to add in deficiencies and to identify more areas that maybe the department did not touch on. So these are some of the areas. I also want to touch on monitoring network. According to DWR's My Dry Well tool, even with the rains and the storms, wells are still going dry, and many of these wells are not captured by the representative monitoring wells that GSAs have established. And what that basically means is that their plans are showing that the basin is sustainable when wells are going dry. And then on to the conversation of the prioritization. I know that this is new for the board because this plan's just moved, but I think there's an urgency in working on these 6 basins at the same time. And I would say that having the notices and the probationary hearings and then working to prioritize what basins move into probation and how you work with those. We ask that these additional deficiencies be addressed by the board as these plans have moved. I just want to end by saying that communities are largely low-income communities of color that are impacted by institutional racism and continue to face drinking water issues, be it with flooding or with droughts. They're just always at the forefront of that. Thank you for hosting this hearing today and for the opportunity to comment. We're engaged in SIGMA and have been for a long time. I'll continue to engage. Thank you.
Thank you for that engagement. It's really helped us be better decision makers amongst us and enriched, I know, what is our difficult discussions, but really important issues in our communities that span, not just in drought times, but flood and how we handle our water. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Tien Tran, who will be followed by Natalie Escobedo Garcia.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and board members. My name is Tien Tran, and I'm a policy advocate with Community Water Center. I would like to build off of Godot's comments and urge the State Water Board to prioritize building climate resiliency in the SIGMA probationary process. Communities in the San Joaquin Valley are experiencing a year-round drinking water crisis due to devastating flood and drought impacts. Due to decades of neglect, low-income communities of color are most vulnerable. For example, Alpaugh and Allensworth in the Tule Subbasin and Exeter and Wood Lake in the Cahuilla Subbasin are still recovering from severe storms last month. Entire communities have been evacuated due to flood risks, with snow melt later in the spring surely to exacerbate this lived reality. Even with the recent storms, 129 households across the state reported a dry well this year, and we will likely see more this summer. And unfortunately, recharge takes years for our groundwater to recover. Climate extremes are exacerbating the water crisis and making surface water supplies unreliable. This puts a strain on our groundwater supply and leads to dry wells, water contamination, land subsidence, and other harmful impacts. About 85% of Californians depend on groundwater for some portion of their water supply. The State Water Board must use their authority and tools to ensure that our groundwater, a key resource, is protected. Building climate resilience is essential to sustainable groundwater management. We found that the inadequate plans failed to include multiple climate scenarios, including extremely wet and extremely dry scenarios in their planning. This deficiency, however, was not included in the DWR determination letter, even though SIGMA requires climate change projections be included in projected hydrology and water demand. SIGMA requires plans to include the best available science, and the 6 inadequate plans failed to do that. We provide the following recommendations for the State Water Board to prioritize climate resiliency in the San Joaquin Valley. 1, incorporate a climate change analysis that discusses how climate change will impact water supply and how sustainable management criteria and projects and management actions respond to those impacts. Evaluate climate change impacts on disadvantaged communities, domestic wells, and public supply wells. 2, incorporate extreme climate scenarios such as the 2070 extremely wet and 2070 extremely dry scenarios in projected water planning. And lastly, ensure that the subbasin develops its climate change analysis in consultation with disadvantaged community members. Community resilience is on full display in response to recent flooding and years of drought, but we shouldn't demand so much from already burdened residents. We know years of drought will be followed by extreme wet seasons due to climate change. We need to proactively protect our communities by investing in modern water infrastructure to meet the groundwater needs. I'll now pass the mic to Natalie. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Tian. Really appreciate your good comments. Next, we'll go Natalie Escobedo Garcia.
Good afternoon. Can y'all hear me?
We can. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I have to take the call from my car. I have a community meeting in the current area, actually. My name is Natalie. I'm with Leadership Council, and in addition to the comments made by my colleagues Godo and Tien, I'd like to highlight 2 additional areas where inadequate GSPs are failing to protect drinking water users. Since the beginning of our engagement in GSP development, GSAs have not prioritized developing protective sustainable management criteria to prevent further degradation of groundwater quality. As GSPs are currently written, sustainable management criteria are inappropriately narrowed to a small list of constituents being monitored. We found that some GSPs fail to analyze the impacts of projects and management actions on water quality and the potential for degradation and pollution of groundwater quality. Furthermore, GSPs fail to monitor proximity to shallow domestic wells and community wells. Given the expertise the State Water Board has on groundwater quality, it is imperative that the State Water Board build on the corrective actions DWR has proposed and require GSAs to address inadequacies in their water quality SMCs. Furthermore, given the tremendous amounts of floodwater recharge that is being done across the San Joaquin Valley, it is critical that the state takes a leading role in analyzing our groundwater quality. On groundwater levels, similarly, GSAs are opting to allow for groundwater levels to continue to drop, which has already led to thousands of wells being dewatered and thousands more at risk of being dewatered. At a minimum, GSAs should have conducted well impact analysis and developed mitigation measures to support domestic wells and small water systems that were either dewatered or at risk of being dewatered. The few mitigation programs that were proposed were underdeveloped, with many not having timelines for when programs would be implemented and unclear information on how programs would be funded. As a result of the lack of local efforts to both address demand reduction and overpumping, and failing to adopt emergency actions such as mitigation programs, responding to dewatered wells has fallen solely on DWR, the State Water Board, and the state-funded efforts of self-help enterprises. The State Water Board will need to be diligent in their efforts to ensure that there is demand reduction and adequate subbasins in order to protect drinking water users. Last, GSAs have had years to fix a lot of the issues we have highlighted here. And in our many letters to GSAs and the state, the GSAs have chosen time and time again to not prioritize protecting drinking water users in their basins. As we continue to wait for GSAs to do better and now wait for the state to make decisions about intervention, wells will continue to go dry. We'll see further degradation of groundwater quality, land will subside, and critical groundwater storage will continue to be lost. It is critical that the board move quickly towards probation and begin to hold hearings no later than fall of this year. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments, and we welcome further discussion of our concerns and recommendations with the board and staff.
Really appreciate the engagement and joining us here, and glad that we're here on a virtual platform that allows you to juggle, I know, what is a lot of work out there. So thanks for the comments, and looking forward to what I know is a lot further discussion that will be had as we go into further implementation. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jarrett Martin, who will be followed by Jonathan Romero and then Justin Fredrickson.
Good afternoon, Chair, board members, and staff. First, I'd like to thank the State Board staff and DWR staff for making themselves available. It is helpful in this time. My name is Jarrett Martin. I'm a licensed civil engineer and the general manager at Central California Irrigation District. I've had the pleasure of serving for the Delta Mendota Subbasin as their chair for a couple years. And I would like to thank you for this opportunity to say a few words as we transition from the DWR process to this process that you guys are trying to figure out how we're going to all progress forward. So There are 23 GSAs in the Delta Mendota Subbasin, and I want to start with saying that we're fully committed to getting a groundwater sustainability plan that's not only adequate, but that addresses sustainability into the future for our communities, our ecosystems, our farmers, and our businesses. The Delta Mendota Subbasin has a very diverse hydrogeologic structure. We span 6 counties, over 100 miles long from north to south. We have the largest contiguous wetlands west of the Mississippi. We have senior water rights holders, junior water rights holders, white areas, disadvantaged communities, and groundwater dependent communities that are really on the front line of this process. So despite that complexity in our subbasin, we have very little groundwater overdraft that you guys seen earlier. And that's due to a large part of our collaboration that we have together. We do have a long history working together to solve problems, from the district I work at providing surface water to the severely disadvantaged community of Dos Palace. This is a century-long problem where the water quality is so poor that they can't rely on groundwater. And so, we've stepped up and will continue to provide that to a pilot recharge program that we put in place in our subbasin that actually diluted the hexavalent chromium problem for a disadvantaged community. It proved successful. Now we're in kind of the design phase of really getting that off the ground to the symbiotic relationship that the agriculture community and the refuge/wetland complex have together. Their hydrographs don't line up perfectly, which is actually a really good opportunity to maximize these water resource projects in our subbasin. I raise these points because we do have a long history in our subbasin of working together, and with time, we will address these deficiencies identified by the Department of Water Resources and going through this state board process. DWR in our subbasin identified 2 types or classifications of deficiencies. One was really in our definitions and better articulating how we came up with those definitions. And probably the more important one is the complexity of having 23 GSAs develop 6 GSPs and making sure that all of that is fluent and makes sense. And so given that, that complexity, some of which we created ourselves, but it's where we're at today. So what we've done is we've gone back to the drawing board, and we're taking some honest criticism from DWR and making it a strong point for us to be very progressive and very active to get those deficiencies fixed, specifically looking at how our coordinated plans are working together. We've met several times with this coordination committee, and that is in the front of our mind to make sure that we're taking concrete steps to make this plan a whole lot easier to understand for the entire subbasin. We plan to submit this approach back to you all, specifically identifying these deficiencies. And we understand the challenges that this board is facing today and into the future with this legislatively enacted process as you try to deal with these 6 subbasins and maybe some more in the future of how everybody's going to progress to achieve sustainability. And so I want to thank you for your time, and we look forward to working together to meet the goals of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I really appreciate you coming in person and contributing to the discussion today. I know there is a lot of great work that goes on within your service area and the basin writ large, and look forward to, I know what will be a lot further, discussion. And just to note, I wouldn't see too much, sort of a DWR process, then board process. We are doing our best to make sure that this is a Sigma process writ large, and that you can kind of rest on us continuing to be able to transfer what I know is a lot of good work that's going on. So appreciate your being here. It means a lot. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jonathan Romero and then Justin Frederickson.
And Mr. Romero does not appear to be on the platform.
Okay. He, I believe, was sitting next to Ms. Lang. And so he may, we'll see if Ms. Lang's hand goes up so as to provide further comment from Mr. Romero. And until then, we can go to Justin Frederickson. Good afternoon.
Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Good to see you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. Justin Frederickson, Water and Environmental Policy Analyst at the California Farm Bureau, and also multitasking, so hopefully this won't be too disjointed, but I've been listening intently and had a few points I wanted to weigh in with. Obviously, this is a big step, and there was a lot of useful information today. One of the things that I take heart in is the repeated restatement of the board's goal to recognize that this is a temporary process, that we hopefully help these local basins to work through as quickly and efficiently as possible, and then to get back to managing their basins. That's very important, and so I'm glad to hear that goal restated repeatedly. And also, to point out that the state water board I think has also been pointed out, has limits to its capacity itself to manage these basins, and so the board and the state really need to be working together with the locals to get this right over the next 20 years. And this is a way station on the way there, hopefully, that we can work through. In terms of fees and metering and some of the other things that can come in, technical reports, investigations that can be ordered, and other types of costs that can be passed along, those things can start to pile up really quickly. And so one of the things that we've talked about and are concerned about is what that does to the ability of local basins to continue to implement and to do things like projects and management actions, where it could get to a point where it could hamstring that ability of those local GSAs. And so another point I would like to make is that hopefully the state intervention in these various basins can be narrowly tailored, and building on the existing plans and the work that has been done to date, and can line up as much as possible so that we're not wasting effort, we're not wasting expense, and that revolving door can come back around, and hopefully these plans are actually fixable before we ever get there, but that remains to be seen. Process, I think it's fair to say we would like to be interactive and collaborative, and there's been a black box sort of aspect to this whole thing all along, where the locals are guessing to a point and then make their best guess, and then it's not right, and here we are. So it's important to have some kind of hot or colder interaction, and not just hearings and then you're off to probation, interim plans, whatever may come. Another thing, prioritization has been mentioned. I think that's very important. There are harder fixes, there are easier fixes, and so no, we're not looking for continual endless bites at the apple. We need to get this right, but it's also, again, important to emphasize efficiency, some restraint on the board's part, and tailoring in collaboration, in cooperation with these local basins. A couple more points. SGMA is a 20-year statute, as you know, so it's not a guillotine coming down, and or a bar coming down. It should not be a completely different bar. Maybe some of these basins have not yet cleared that bar in these plans, but they've certainly tried. There's been a lot of work that's gone into these, and so again, we want to continue to work towards getting it right. And then finally, just to wrap up, other board authorities, in addition to its SGMA authorities, the water rights permitting, and also the EO now, I think are really positive developments on the supply side. And then there are also water quality aspects to it that need working through. As the governor has recognized in that EO, there are times of scarcity and then there are times of plenty, and we need to figure out how better to get water in the ground so that we're managing also the supply side of this equation. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Fredrickson. I appreciate your participation in this and the comments you've made here. Again, I know we're going to have a lot further discussion, so appreciate the participation in it all.
Chair,
yes, please.
Just one point that was made. I just want to clarify that all the basins, even the inadequates, are still available to get assistance from the department, whether it's facilitation services. They all got about approximately $7.6 million in grant last May, and they still implement that. They're still eligible for other grants and everything else. So everything else, we're there to support them, and so they can continue with implementation. Thank you.
Appreciate that note. And thanks again, Mr. Fredrickson. I'll note Tess Denham. Ms. Denham, I see you on the platform. I don't think you don't need to speak. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was the case. Thank you. I appreciate it, Ms. Tyler. Okay, next let's go to Matt Zidar, and then our final comment will be Deirdre Desjardins. You should be invited to unmute, Mr. Zeider.
I am.
There we are.
Unmuted, I believe.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
A couple of areas of comment. And again, thanks to all. And I'm hearing all things that we knew: the drinking water and the wells and the domestic systems and things. We all know that's very important. And we did pass muster this time around, but I am engaged with everybody up and down the San Joaquin, and I've been doing this a little while. And this idea of requiring, deciding if metering would be required at that point of probationary determination. I've been involved in adjudication, and down the Salinas Valley, we had to register and all wells and come up with extraction reporting and mapped and monitor them. And it was really expensive. And now there are, and I would encourage a look at other tools, especially the ET. We can quantify those demands very closely. And if we know, especially based on the fact that the surface water is supposed to be reported and delivered, we can know what the groundwater pumping is at a macro scale, at a GSA scale. But with a lot of these tools, if you know where the surface water is being delivered, you can take that right back down to the farm level. And that's something we're looking at the East San Joaquin, because we're looking at volumetric charges based on pumping to fund and implement our physical solution, whether those physical solutions are demand reduction, or for us, we've got 3 rivers that we can work with, and we think we can get sustainable by developing supply. So we're very fortunate as compared to some of our peers to the south. But I hear this emphasis on going towards metering because you're going directly to extractors to create accountability, and you're going to go to volumetric reporting, ultimately to volumetric charges, all of which is going to be expensive. I think we can accomplish the same ends in terms of accurate volumetric reporting without requiring metering. And I hear this tendency to be going right to metering. And yes, I heard there's other alternatives. I heard clearly it's not statutorily required. So it's going to be up to the state board to make some determinations based on good engineering evidence and science in terms of what would be appropriate to get to the on-farm extractors through and with the support of their GSAs to come up with how much is really being pumped. We all need to keep the cost down. I mean, the GSAs are going to be charging. You all will be charging at volumetric fees. So I'm just cautious about saying the wisest investments might be through alternative technologies. And I've seen both meters have a lot of variance, 10, 20% either direction, as well as the ET. For us in East San Joaquin, we're doing ours based on extraction and reporting the end reports based on both modeling, and we're doing some pilot studies using ET and the metric tools and knowing what surface water is delivered where. And again, we can quantify things, I think, pretty well, and we'll be doing this in the future, both with the model and with the ET to do a basis of comparison. So I just want to say, metering isn't the only thing, and I get worried that when that is perceived as the hammer that is available to you all, you're going to find that everything you encounter is going to need pounding. So I'd counsel on taking a look a little deeper beyond that. But I do know you're going to go right directly to the extractors, because that's when you go to probation, you guys go directly to the extractors. And I'm not sure how that's going to work, because we've done, some of that well registration. That's a challenge. And you've got the tiger by the tail to get to extraction reporting and have it feel it is accurate in terms of an evidentiary record to be able to go to the assessments. So you do have a challenge, and I think you produce some really valuable tools. I think if we have a better way of getting the surface water information into the hands of the GSAs within the footprint, and it is tied to water rights, it would be a very valuable thing and a real contribution to all of us if the people are indeed doing the reporting as they're supposed to, and we can get that surface water data in context of that type of an ET analysis, we'll be able to give you pretty good accurate information on groundwater extraction. So that's a challenge. One of my questions or comments is what goes into your interim plan? What are those, to use the water rights term, those physical solutions that you would put in that interim plan, in addition to some seeming bias towards a demand reduction scenario only? If there are surface water opportunities and they're more cost effective than the demand reduction, both in terms of the impact to the local economy and to the farm economy in and of itself, are you going to be able to compare those things, or is it directly to the only physical solution being demand reduction, especially in light of a limited amount of resources out there. If there are projects to be built, I think you have to compare those in terms of the regional economic impacts to what it means to cut things back. And when you put an interim plan together, will you be considering all physical solutions besides demand reduction? And I think that's going to be really important. And that's where the cooperation with the GSAs is going to be really key in terms of banking, FLEDMAR, FIRO, all the things that the practitioners know what to do and how much it costs. So I think there is a cost-benefit comparison that has to happen here. But I would ask that question: what will be the physical solutions that would go into an interim plan, or are we locked into this demand reduction mentality as the hammer, and the nail to be pounded is our overdraft? And then as we go to generating fees, I had asked this question, and I'll ask it again here in this forum. Are the fees that to be collected in a basin going to be targeted to that basin, or do they go into the great funding pool in the state board for the whole statewide program? Or are they dedicated to the physical solutions that are going to be implemented in that basin? Because there could be some disequity in that. And I know you're not subject to 218, but the funds that you collect within a region, will those be dedicated and committed to that region, to that interim plan, and to those locally GSA-driven solutions? Or is all that money going to be completely washed out in the state board's program? That's a very key question that I'd really like to have answered.
Really appreciate your comments, Mr. Zeider, and especially noting here that there may be lower cost ways at getting to the same data that we may need, and here all collectively need. And to your point as well, yes, it requires, if we're going to use a tool like ET, a robust understanding of surface water, diversions and use, and it is that integrated conjunctive way that we should be looking at the way we're managing our water, both around surface water availability and then also what we're pumping up from the ground. And so I agree that as we come to that moment, what you hear here is in statute, the ability to individually meter, but I think we're going to have a lot of flexibility. When it comes to the knobs that we do have flexibility. It isn't just demand management. I think if you hear, and I haven't heard a bias toward demand management, I think we've spoken honestly that that's what we may need to be seeing here more, given that there seems to be a bias against demand management and maybe leaning in on some of the supply side. I think that the interim plans will, again, to my mind, and here please folks can correct, we'll be able to consider other components as well. But I think we have to be candid with ourselves around the importance of that being a strategy amongst especially the declines in surface level that we've just seen already. And then when it comes to fees, I look to our folks to, maybe unpack if you're able to anything further, but know that it's not as if those fees will go to our water quality program or water rights. They will be within the SGMA program, whether every penny across, because what you'll find is you're not going to have dedicated staff for just one basin. We won't be able to have the resources to do that. You'll actually share our staff resources across some of that basin work. We may have folks working on multiple basins. How we then parse out like each penny would become very onerous. So I think what you'll hear from us is flexibility ultimately on how those fees are brought in. I think for me, we'll want to keep it to, as best we can, the resources that are being pulled from the basin being kept to them and appropriately accounting for that. But again, that's still several discussions down the line. But I appreciate just the good engagement and appreciate that as a practitioner, you have some good points amongst us here. Looking to maybe Mr. Rose, if he wants to take the fee question or anything I got wrong in any of the other parts.
I don't think you got anything wrong. Just for fees, I think, you hit the nail on the head about administration of fees and how they generally work. The fees that would be collected under this program would only go to this program, and that's essentially only the basins that are under intervention. So fees collected are not going to go to the other ongoing SGMA work either, let alone water rights, water quality, or any of the other programs. So it's pretty discreetly limited but not fees collected in one basin go to fees collected in another basin. If the board were to consider that, it would involve probably a larger administrative burden in figuring that out and setting fees basin by basin differently to match an unknown workload. So at this point, that's not the plan.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your really good comments, especially on ways that we could provide some flexibility on reporting. I just wanted to comment and would welcome staff jumping in here as well on the issue of physical solutions and the interrelationship to fees. So the GSAs can continue charging pumpers fees, even in the event that you end up, going into probation. And so with respect to a physical solution and something that, we may or may not consider as part of an interim plan, I would just strongly encourage GSAs, the local subbasins, to be considering corrective action that includes physical solutions that you all see at the local level as being something that, could help bring you all into sustainability. It just seems to me at our level that we do not have the expertise that you all do. And so just kind of going back to that discussion that we had earlier about, how do you amend your plan, make changes, and bring it back to us so that we would be convinced, whether it's before we go to probation or, after probation. So it just seems to me that this would be an area that basins would want to consider as part of a petition back to us. We've maintained those fees locally. We've put them into, some feasibility study. We now have a physical solution in conjunction with demand management, and that makes the most sense for us here locally. That just seems like a better approach, not to say that we would never consider a physical solution at our level, but the local approach seems to be, something that would work better for local communities.
I appreciate that, Vice Chair. I don't know if folks wanted to add specifically anything further on that. Ms. Knockbauer.
No, good observation. Yes, I mean, we could do, legally, we could do physical solutions, but that doesn't make a lot of sense given the temporary, the intention here that the board's intervention be temporary, be short-lived. And so I think also there may be funding available for GSAs that are exploring some of these options if they're done locally.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think, and there, if we incorporate into the interim plan one of these large physical solutions, does that mean we're then, folks are under the interim plan until the physical solution is done, is maybe what you mean there in part. I think what we still can do is consider that those things may be happening perhaps, but I think it still will be left to some thought about around that. So thank you. I appreciate that. Anything further from board members? Okay, thank you on that. Thank you, Mr. Zeider. We do have still one commenter, and we have Deirdre Desjardins.
Thank you. Yeah, Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I wanted to comment that projections for physical solutions that rely on surface water are really uncertain right now, and it's because of this uncertainty I mentioned earlier. We really don't know. There's been a mega drought in the Southwest since the beginning of the 21st century, for the last 20 years. It's the driest 20-year period in 1,200 years. And there's just a number of years where we have a series of dry and critically dry years, and they're also a lot hotter than they've been. So there's a lot more evapotranspiration in the watersheds. As a result, that the average runoff generated per unit of precipitation is down around what it was at the end of the Dust Bowl era drought. So it's going to go way up this year because it's been wet, but we don't know how long this wet period could be. It could be just like 2011 and 2017 that were very wet years in the middle of the extended drought in the 20th century. And there is some climate modeling which indicates that the La Nina-like response in the tropical Pacific could be due to transient climate forces, and it could continue for another 30 to 80 years. So we have to look at where we are now, and I understand the constraints that these growers are under, but it's also a time when we really need to be implementing robust solutions, and demand management is going to have to be part of it. And I wanted to quote from you, David Wallace Wells says, "We aren't just failing to address the growing climate crisis to come, we're unprepared even for the impacts already here, in part because they keep surprising us with their intensity, and in part because in places across the global north, we can't seem to fathom our genuine vulnerability." And part of this is cascading impacts too. It's not just drought, but there was 2 feet of subsidence in near Corcoran in the last 18 months, and now that city is at risk of flooding, and there's a real flood fight coming. And it's something that we have to get under control in near populated areas, and even for dairies. There's 6,500 dairy cows that had to be evacuated, leaving behind, their manure ponds and so on, which is going to be a groundwater contamination problem. So I very much appreciate the difficult position the board is in, but I also want to speak to the farmers and all the other stakeholders, and you've got to just look up. You've got to understand that what you've been doing, you're not going to be able to continue, and if you try, it may have catastrophic consequences. So thank you very much, Chair Escoto.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. I appreciate, as always, your comments and helping flesh out our perspectives here. And yeah, there is a real sense of urgency. I think that, when you look at a year like this, we're very fortunate to have so much to manage. We hope we have similar years to manage similar amounts, but it's really what you do after and what you do with the bump, if you will, how you manage after a moment like this that helps start to build the resiliency we need. And I know these aren't easy issues for any of our communities, and here to do best we can so we ensure that the board's involvement does help progress folks along, and we help everyone see that there is, which I firmly believe, as Board Member McGuire said, there's been an incredible amount of progress actually that has been made. Yes, there are 6 inadequate basins. There is still yet other adequate ones, the 6 ones that were critically overdrafted, let alone other basins that are coming in. So we need everyone to take these issues as serious as I know everyone feels them to be, given how intense the drought has been these last years and how impactful they've been to so many of our communities. So thank you, Ms. Desjardins. I appreciate your good comment. Board members, that brings us to the end of our commenters. I know I appreciate some good already back and forth quite a bit. Anything further that anyone wants to reflect, leave us with? And just, thanks for what I know has been a robust discussion this afternoon. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really glad that we have this space and we're at this turning point, and thanks for all of the work that DWR staff has done and continues to do in the partnership there. Thanks to all the stakeholders and GSAs that have put in just immense amount of time at something that is incredibly challenging and will just get harder. And I think regardless, we all have a lot ahead to try to make sure that we can get to sustainability. Our goal collectively is to make sure that we can achieve groundwater sustainability. I think the key message here is that we are not trying to be punitive. We're not trying to slap people's hands. What we're trying to do is set people up for success, and that especially in these critically overdrafted areas, that success is our success, and a necessity of all of for our state and the people in our state. These are 6 basins where we are seeing the basic functioning of the plan not yet to an adequacy level, which means that we really need to do everything we can to get them on track. Even as they are working to implement their plan and improve their plan. The first step in this process to do that is collecting data and having extraction data localized, regardless of, as we work through what the collection methodology is. But having localized, more detailed extraction data and that's publicly accessible to be able to build into these sorts of open data accounting and management tools seems to me a bare minimum to help us get things on track, to identify high risk areas, problem areas, enable effective management locally, and really be able to have the tools and information to manage and again set ourselves up for success. And I think we all recognize that we can't just snap our fingers and do all 6 at once. I appreciate the prioritization analysis that was presented. I absolutely think that if there are, although these plans have had a number of months, if not, I guess, over a year, to be able to work on improving the deficiencies originally identified by DWR. There's always learning and improvements going on, and I think there's a real commitment to do that. I mean, I've heard that from the GSAs, and some of them I think are closer than others. If I do think as part of this public process, the point is to be able to dive into the question of do we put one on probation, and what does that look like? That's what you're noticing and having a public comment and process for. And so that is really an opportunity for basins for GSAs and GSPs also to say, we've fixed this, or this isn't necessary because we've made the improvements. So I also want to recognize that there's going to be some prioritization. I don't think it's appropriate at this point to wait another 2 to 3 years just to begin to collect data when you have critically overdrafted areas without plans that meet basic adequacy. So I would want to see one of the more aggressive timelines. I think 2 to 3 years is too long, but I also appreciate that within, as we do that, certainly these are really urgent and in many cases unreversible impacts, and some areas are pretty far from being able to get to a plan that would be adequate. And so if we can prioritize, I really think all 3 of those, certainly drinking water, subsidence, and the exacerbation and worsening of water quality pollution should be the kind of indicators we use. I think, looking at those of just the analysis that was presented, that to me looks like Tule and Kauai, Tulare Lake, and Kern, not necessarily in that order, but those four seem to really rise to the top for me. But I also think there needs to be a clear message that we're moving forward together in this, and there's not an expectation of there's more time to keep tinkering on plans. This is something where we're all going forward together, trying to figure out how we're going to achieve sustainability. That next step for enabling that is getting this kind of data, and that means probation. And I guess two last things. One is that this step is collecting data. I do think there's a real opportunity we saw with the Irrigated Lands Program that coalitions could really help reduce costs, or we've seen this with other things, any local regional programs where say GSAs could help put in data in a batch format if they're already collecting it. It sounds like we have a lot of flexibility on how that's done, and although we need to make sure it's good quality data, if we can reduce costs and improve compliance for everybody, I think we should really be looking at that closely. And it looks like our tool's already made to be able to allow for some of that. That could be factored into fees, and if it's less costly, because I know extractors are going to be both paying us and the GSAs, which are going to continue to be implementing work. So just want us to look at ways to build in that data kind of streamlining. I think what we want to do is set GSAs up so that they have that data, and then that data is public, and we're facilitating that so that everyone can be working on the best management possible. And if there's a way to do that through the GSAs, that's ideal. And then I guess lastly, this has been mentioned a number of times today, but we see this in flood, we saw this in drought, we see this in long-term groundwater management, which is small rural communities, especially communities of color, have been neglected, and there hasn't been, and water management has not been addressing those needs. I think the more that there is a lack of adequate engagement and analysis on that just continues to perpetuate these problems. I'm really glad that there's a number that most agencies have been really looking at that straight in the face and working to figure out what can be done, and that most are looking at well mitigation programs, recognizing that regardless, there's going to continue to be worsening impacts over the next few years. And so just encourage us, I know that's on the forefront of all of our minds, but just to make sure that we're looking at tools that we might use. I'll just say I would like us to explore information orders on localized areas where there's more urgent concerns around the impacts on drinking water wells for both domestic and public water supplies. I think we need to curb those impacts in localized areas as much as possible, and help support and engage with the efforts locally to also develop mitigation plans collectively with all the work we're doing at the state level. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Appreciate the good comment. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I just had a question of staff. So, of course, we're talking about options that, for process going forward, and we don't have any conclusions at today's information item, but would like to hear from staff as to when folks should expect further announcements, because I imagine that there's a lot of anxiety out there in these communities, and just looking for some targeted time frame in which folks might be expected to get additional updates on how we've decided to go forward on process.
Good question, Vice Chair. Folks feel somewhat comfortable responding? Ms. Stork.
In terms of timelines for announcements, honestly, we're looking to you. Once we know what you all wish as the board, that's when we will work on actually setting timelines for next steps and making announcements at that point.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll say I think it'll be important to come back to folks within 2 months here to better lay out where things are going. I think the reality is we still have a budget process that's unfolding that'll let us know what our resources will be in the coming years, and I think that we're just going to have to wait a little bit for that before I think we have too much more to be able to come back with. So within a couple of months, can we say, to try to come back or so? Or I don't want to, or is that too soon for folks?
Well, that to me, that seems, I mean, if we look at the severity of the situation for some communities in particular, and then that one chart that we had, I realize it's not what's before us today, but that we had that one chart showing sort of a sample time frame. I'm just looking for, I think a couple of months makes sense to me. Just looking to provide additional information, for communities.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Ms. Stork, anything further? Is that?
I was just going to say 2 months seems fine. If you want to move faster, we could also probably accommodate that.
That makes sense. We'll do gut check with the board, but at least for folks that are tuning in, you'll be hearing further with us within a couple of months on what priorities are looking like, what timelines further, and for engagement with folks. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member McGuire or Morgan?
I can go. So, just to follow up on a few of these items. Thank you again. I think I already said thank you, but I'll say thank you again for the presentation today. And good comments from the public. I appreciate all the input, and I hope it keeps coming. I know there's a lot of thoughts out there and maybe a lot of folks who we didn't hear from today, but I certainly am open to additional conversations as we go forward here. So on the extraction data piece, and I agree with you, Board Member Firestone, we need that information. The basins, the aquifers, the resources need that information. Whoever's making a decision at any level can't make it without good data to help inform that. So I guess I just want to plus that up and say, though, that whether or not a basin's going to probation, I hope that they're thinking about that. And I hope that what I heard today was that some are and some are not, or haven't taken real deliberate steps yet to move towards a data collection approach. And so I hope that they're thinking about that and thinking what that might look like in the near future in terms of being more proactive in advancing those measures, and whether or not that's a metering approach or an OpenET or some hybrid or some other version using different new emerging technologies. I think that's a good conversation to be had, but time is now to start advancing those thoughts. On the prioritization side, generally given the options that you provided to us, the go forward with all 6, go with 1, see how it goes, or go with a couple tranches, a couple groups of 2 or 3, I would go with the latter. I would go with, and based on what I've heard today, and I'm a little agnostic as to which of those, I'm not sure yet, which of those basins make sense to go forward with first, but I think a couple of small groups, either 2 or 3, maybe that depends on resources a bit, but that's where I would be leaning towards favoring initially here to get a sense for how this works, because this frankly has not been done before. We're all going to learn, and I think that extends to both staff, Department of Water Resources, and the GSAs. So that would give us, I think, ample opportunity to say we're we're serious about this. We feel the urgency. We need to move forward in a responsible way. And it makes sense to do that in manageable bites. It's just the reality of it. So that's where I would be leaning towards, although I'm, still have an open mind. I do appreciate the question from Vice Chair Diadamo about the timelines, because I had the same question about when would the next steps be. And 2 months or somewhere thereabouts seems reasonable to start signaling what these these basins should start thinking about and preparing for. One other area that we haven't really talked about is that I think it would be, if possible, I would like to entertain whether it's an option to signal what the deficiencies are, maybe even in advance of the hearing notices, if that's something that's a potential. My interest here is going back to my earlier comments about, being, some flexibility in the process, not having everything quite dialed in, and a lot of basins, from what I've heard, interested in addressing the deficiencies that DWR's articulated so far. And that there is the potential that State Board may identify additional or different or variations of deficiencies. And I think we heard from stakeholders today about some very good comments about public engagement, about water supply, drinking water impacts, and I think those are all very valid concerns. So, to the extent that there's a way to get that information out there, to say, hey, these are some of the deficiencies we're identifying up front that basins should start, again, gearing up for to address, the sooner the better, in my mind. And so I would, I don't want to put you on the spot today, but I would love to think about whether there's a way to do that, make that happen in advance of the hearing notice process.
So, Board Member McGuire, we hear that and we'll take that in mind, but I think it's very clear that starting with we're not really going to second guess and move away significantly from the DWR factors and the determinations on those really important factors unless the GSAs have done something really new and different. So if they need a place to focus, between now and when they get more information, that's a great place for them to start, because those are the most significant factors, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, 100% agreed. But, I'll just note it was on the slide when we talked about the steps in the process. So if there's something that's a glaring red flag that GSAs may want to consider, it's just something I would, be interested in identifying as soon as possible. And I think those are all the comments I have right now, but thank you very much.
Good thank you, Board Member. Board Member Morgan.
And so I'll just say thank you again, and just, just to add on to just my thoughts regarding the timeline from earlier. So just also just, looking at the options, I'm also in agreement of just, one basin at a time, the 2 to 3 years is just, it's too long. So right now I'm leaning towards the 3 basins at a time, the 3 to 6 months. But with a somewhat, understanding of, looking just to see, as we're going through this, just to see where we are in a couple of months, with the possibility of, maybe if we started on the 3, and just note that I am in agreement with Board Member Firestone on which ones are currently my priority. If there's an option of us somewhat, and I think that is built in here with this 6 to 12 months of overlapping, where it's not, move through the 3 and then complete it and then start the next. And so that way we're moving through quickly. And because when I'm looking at just the example timeline, it was starting in May 2023, and then basically the first reports were due in February. So just looking at that timeline, that was and then first fees due in April 20. Okay, hold on. Let me go back to this. First measurement, so May to December, and so we're looking at 6 months. For starting measurement. And so that's where, looking at, getting everyone really starting to collect data and really starting to move forward. And so if there's a way to kind of, get a group moving, assuming that we have the resources and we can really get the next group moving, that would be my preference. Because I want just make sure that, again, that we are really, we're being smart about how we're doing it. I want to make sure that we don't inadvertently kind of get in our own way to where we ended up dragging out the process. So really just being thoughtful about it, but then at the same time, really keeping things going. So those are my thoughts at this time. So
Thank you for those, board member. I appreciate that and agree. It's going to be about being able, if we're engaging, to make sure we're able to actually drive the discussion and not just kind of leave folks kind of in a bit of a limbo. So thank you.
Can I just ask on the timeline, just back to getting back to folks? Obviously, in that slide, which is the most aggressive, best case scenario slide, that would be starting next month. And so if we're not even getting back to folks on what we're thinking our process would be for 2 months, that pushes that back already. So I understand we have, resource constraints and questions, and there's a whole budget process, that isn't decided till June. But even within that, we certainly have staff now, and so being able to get started sooner rather than later, I guess, on the first tranche, I guess, and then signaling that these are there's going to be some cadence of moving forward, but looking to circle back as soon as we can.
Definitely, board member. I appreciate that. And I think here we'll want to, again, there's a complete urgency and we want to make sure we're engaging right on it. So just thanks. I appreciate the continued emphasis on that. Yeah, and Vice Chair, please.
Thanks. I know I already spoke, but focused more on the next steps in terms of the time frame. So I did just want to say that my opinion is that I agree with Board Member Morgan about the need for us to be strategic, concerned about resources. And Chair Escobar, you noted that we have a budget process, and so we'll see what sort of resources we have. But at this point, I would favor more 2 or 3 basins. But again, getting back to what we've talked about today, for some process, I wouldn't want that to send a message to those that we don't move forward with, in the near term, send the wrong message to them, that they're not critical. We're not going to be paying attention to them. So really looking for a way to keep that process going through those regular check-ins, but also the ability for us to advance any of them at any time that we determine that, because of our ability with additional resources or out of concern as to the priorities that are already listed, and kind of getting back to, I'm not sure if this is what you were suggesting, Board Member McGuire, but, some way to maybe include forward movement or lack of forward movement. If we're not seeing forward movement, that may be a factor that we would want to consider as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. And the other point I was going to make in Board Member Firestone's comments, even if there's, again, here we said 2 months, it's shooting at the hip that number came out, but know that we can come back out sooner with some sort of action. But before then, there is a lot of work going on. There are already meetings. We're not waiting for that moment. But I think we need to make sure, as we, to your point, Vice Chair, communicate then who's sort of priority, who's in a first tranche, what their timelines are, that we're also communicating what it means for those other basins and the same sort of urgency, but maybe just not on the probation side, and kind of figuring out what the cadence is as we check in on those folks too through the course of the year, even as we have specific work for the basins that are going through a probationary process. So, yeah, I think, we'll much more to consider. Thank you. This has been a very helpful conversation, hopefully helpful for everyone else, as well as we here amongst us get a sense of our sorts of priorities. Glad, again, that I hear pretty good alignment around sorts of things like subsidence, water quality, drinking water impacts that can help guide us on where we need
to be acting even more urgently because there are real world negative impacts that we can help ensure the basins don't further go down a path of. And so we'll come back. There'll be further briefing and discussion with board members, but importantly, we'll come back here in a public moment where we then further articulate which basins are we moving forward with in these next months, which are we moving forward with, but not in a probationary way, and help everyone start to structure what's a lot of work this coming year and coming years around this. So thank you, everyone. It was a good discussion. I believe that now concludes this item for us, our Sigma update, and just thanks again for the great work that's been going on. Look forward to further discussion. Thank you. Feel a round of applause maybe I needed. We'll let folks transition. Our only other item here is board member reports, and we will try to keep this as quick as possible. Oh, executive director report as well. Thank you. Yeah.
Now, I can get started. On March 30th, I toured the Irvine Ranch Water District's Michelin water recycling plant. I mean, it was a lot of fun for me. It's a water recycling treatment plant. They've installed a new treatment train, microfiltration, and so it is more compact than their traditional train with their primary and secondary treatment, and so that was really cool to see. And they also have UV disinfection there. At the facility, they also have biosolids and energy recovery, and so they're actually making their biosolids into Class A. And so that was also exciting to see. They're also going through several improvements with their laboratory, so I got to tour it. Let's see, so this week, I think it might be today, they're having their ELAP. I've just lost of words there. And so they're going through their certification. And so that was this week. And so I got to see they actually have some new equipment that they've installed that can actually measure much smaller particles and also measure PFAS and all kinds of new things. And one piece of equipment, and I got lost after I was told that it was as hot as the sun, and kind of lost all of the rest of the words that was said. So I was like, is it safe? But there was a cooler next to it, so it was all good. But they have a new lab director who is very, very enthusiastic and gave a great tour of the laboratory. So it was definitely a good tour, definitely worthwhile. The other thing that I'll mention just about the facility is just that they also have some wetlands around the facility, and they have San Diego Creek that kind of skirts around the outside of it. And at one point in time, they're having a lot of algae issues within the creek and within the area, and so they basically they're diverting part of the creek into the wetlands, and the wetlands is treating it, and they're no longer having algae issues within the area. And so they're also doing basically like a watershed approach where they're helping out, being good neighbors and helping out the area. And they have a partnership also with the Audubon Society locally there, and so there's also some bird watching right there on site. So it was a good day.
Fantastic. Thank you, board member. Others with reports? I do have one, but I'm going to have some slides I'll try to quickly share as part of my report. I know it's like a book report, so I'll go last. So
I have a quick one.
Great.
Yes, the only one I have is that last week I appeared before California Farm Bureau Federation's annual legislative day, and the focus was primarily on the water supply strategy, and we spent a lot of time on groundwater recharge, the governor's executive order, and the many things that our staff is doing to move through the permit process for the short-term recharge permits.
Sounds good. Thank you. Chair Esquivel stepped away for a moment, but he will return. So I will go ahead and give my report. And so the only thing I have to report is on March 24th, I was recruited, if you will, to go down to Pajaro for a meeting with Office of Emergency Services and several state agencies to meet with Monterey County and tour the Pajaro area that was experienced the flooding. And I'll say, for me, that was the first time I've ever been in that environment, in that situation where I was seeing real time our state at work in terms of addressing and responding to a disaster and a crisis, and working with the community members, addressing the real-time infrastructure impacts. The most pertinent one to us was that when the levee washed out, it took the sewer force main with it that pumped the wastewater from the Pajaro community over to the Watsonville wastewater treatment plant. Because they lost their sewer line, they couldn't flush the toilets, so they had to turn off the drinking water as well, so they had no wastewater utilities for a while until that was repaired. So I'll just say that, I was there as, to help represent the state, so it was an important moment for me. But it was also an opportunity to really witness how great the work is that our emergency management program is, and the work that they provide. I heard multiple references to that program and how organized and well attuned they are to helping OES address issues when they pop up, whatever the crisis may be, and also our regional boards. In that case, the Central Coast Regional Board really engaging with the community there. And it wasn't just Pajaro, there are a number of other small wastewater facultative ponds and treatment facilities around the area near the Salinas River that were flooded from the events. So I just want to share that, and the fact that Board Member Firestone, it reminded me of our tour right down in that area near Moss Landing and the Pajaro Sunny Mesa. It's the same community services district that served Pajaro is the area that we toured. So it really brought front of mind the needs of that community on the drinking water side, aging infrastructure, all the investments that are needed to help address this, and the fact that that was the baseline before the flooding. And now compounding that is the flooding that we're seeing here, but also, Tulare and other areas. So that's all I wanted to share, just to really, for me, eye-opening and educational experience, and a lot of work to do. The recovery is going to take a long time, but I think they're in good hands.
Thank you, board member. Appreciate you representing the board, going down there. I know we continue to have additional opportunities to make sure we're getting out there and being able to see firsthand the work that our folks are doing, and appreciate your nod. It is similar work that's going on in the Tulare Lake bed and other places in the state, so it's nice to be able to experience that firsthand, and thank you for having the leadership and being out there. So thank you.
Just to add to that, on Pajaro in particular, I'll just say I think with any tragedy and crisis and emergency, there's some silver lining, and I just hope that as we rebuild and invest in rebuilding there, that we can take the opportunity to also accelerate and invest in the regional solutions so that we're building back better and more equitably and sustainably and resiliently as we move forward. I was down in Tulare County this weekend just on my own, not as work, but I was there for a memorial for Sandra Moraz, who was a regional water board member for, I think, 2 terms on the Central Valley board. She passed away. She was an amazing community leader for the community of Alpa for across the board certainly on drinking water and fighting for decades around getting access to safe drinking water in her community, getting trucks of water that folks could come to the memorial building and fill up their 5-gallon jugs for their homes or at the school getting cases of bottled water when they have had arsenic naturally occurring for many, many years, but also just food supplies, work with the school. And it just reminds me of the kind of community leadership, especially in these underserved areas. And that really makes all the difference with bringing solutions in and aid in. And many other community leaders that have worked, folks like Denise Kadara and Coyote Kadara from Allensworth came in, many others from neighboring communities that have been working for many years along with Sandra to get safe drinking water and just resources for their communities. It was also in the midst of flooding, and so many, many roads were closed. People were having to drive hours to go around to get access to what normally would be like a 15-minute drive. So it was really a good grounding. And I already talked a bit about just, I think, seeing the how much it's the same communities, drove through other parts of Tulare and just the same communities that ran out of water or are still experiencing new dry wells that are also being flooded. It's just so counterintuitive. And but it is, the same force of just neglect and, water and public infrastructure in really low-income areas, especially those that don't have adequate governance and representation there. So the other thing I wanted to mention is I'm able to participate in the Tribal Water Summit that is going to be the next week, the 11th through 14th. I don't know. I'll definitely be there for the 12th and 13th and parts of the 11th. But just, I think, a really great opportunity. DWR is doing the kind of logistics, but I know a lot of folks from the water boards are participating, and there's a number of topics. And I'm just looking forward to a lot of learning there.
Thank you, board member.
Could I just make one comment about that, just so that you realize when you go? It's a in-person only meeting. I think they're going to record some of the plenary sessions and make them available after the fact. We had over 60 staff members of the water boards want to attend and to put in for getting tickets, and we've been asked to cut back to basically the speakers. So we have about 10 people from the water boards attending, because the priority is going to go to tribal members who are going to attend. So please don't take lack of water board participation as lack of interest. There was a definite, a lot of interest. So we will have a somewhat sparse representation there.
Yeah, and I appreciate you going to that, board member, between tribal beneficial uses, the water quality control plan update, water rights implementation, drinking water sanitation work. We have a lot, I know, going on with our tribal partners. And so thank you for being there representing us. And thanks everyone else that is able to attend. I will be out next week on family vacation, and so unfortunately won't be able to be there personally as well. So thank you for that participation. I will quickly do this. I only pulled this together. So my board member report here is on the fact that 2 weeks ago, Vice Chair, all here, Vice Chair and Board Member McGuire ran the meetings for me while I was in New York, able to attend the UN Water Conference as a delegate. Myself, along with Anna Neymark, were there. And so here, I will quickly just give a synopsis of what we were doing there, the importance of the Sustainable Development Goals and SDG 6, which is kind of what brought us all there. So hopefully, okay, you can see, and here we go. So actually this 2023 UN Water Conference, the last time the UN held a water conference was in 1977. And so it had been nearly 50 years since the United Nations had come together around the topic of water, and critical that it be done so because we know that water
touches all the Sustainable Development Goals quite nearly in some way. So here are the Sustainable Development Goals. They were developed by the United Nations, and here as a global society and community, all as nations and subnational actors like the state of California are gunning to ensure that by 2030 we meet a number of these goals. We're behind on some of the goals. We all know just again how across these they're known to us here in the States, known to us here in California is really critical. We'll focus in on SDG 6, which is clean water and sanitation. I'd note there are themes that we connect on these others, but our most strongest nexus otherwise is on SDG 14, life below water. So if we focus, the goal of SDG 6, Sustainable Development Goal 6, is to ensure the availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. That's it. That's the overarching goal, and it's by 2030 that we're trying to achieve that. Important to note, the human right to water was adopted in 2010 by the United Nations, and here in 2012, as we all know, California likewise adopted the human right to water. So we have a lot of alignment when it comes to the way the international community is viewing these issues and the way even California has framed them. And it was an honor to be amongst a lot of folks there, and what I'm truly looking forward to is the follow-up that comes now after these discussions. Here quickly is a breakdown of the sort of sub-goals of SDG 6. We have safe drinking water for all, sanitation for all, better water quality, more efficient water use, integrated water management, healthier ecosystems, international cooperation, and more local participation. All across those sub-goals, those are themes and critical work known to this board. And for me, it just continues to highlight just how much alignment we thankfully actually have across not just what is happening here in the state, but nationally and then internationally. And I think that we sense that certainly in our water recycling work, our microplastics work, where we're actually really dependent on an international community out there that is likewise challenged by these issues of climate change and as they impact our ability to have access to clean water and sanitation. And again, these sub-goals are even, just incredibly aligned with all that. Here, just quickly, is how the UN is looking at the data that shows how we're doing across access to sanitation and water, and the different, sub-agencies that are kind of tasked with various components of this, whether it's sanitation, hygiene, wastewater, water quality. Here, I just wanted to kind of show what these various indicators that have already been established. And here, similar to, I know many of the discussions we've had around drinking water, what are the indicators? What's the data? How do we know we're meeting these goals? And here's a quick snapshot of that. Here then is our snapshot actually as reported out in 2021, where California is in meeting our goals. Here you have some of the indicators they used for, this is SDG 6 particularly, and incomplete plumbing, water solution, dams. At least people drinking unsafe water, you see you're going in the right direction, but we still have a long way to go across at least these indicators as they were established for this particular US report for us. Here quickly, now thematically, the discussions that were had, these are graphics that were established for the interactive dialogues to kind of help root and ground everyone across the topics. So one of them was about sustainable water development, the energy, water, food nexus, one that's really known to us, I think, here as well. Great to see. Here on the right, you see water action agenda. Over and over again, what part of the theme is having nations be specific around what are their water actions and their agenda. Here, as we know, we have our water resiliency portfolio, we have our water supply strategy. Those are the very types of documents that national entities as well are looking to say, okay, how do we incorporate what are these very complicated impacts across sustainable development for water and find those nexuses with development, economies, and do better by the work. Here then was the graphic for the interactive dialogue around climate resilience in the environment. And again, the themes of, say, nature-based solutions, indigenous knowledge, being able to use data to be better climate and water stewards in the face of climate is common amongst us out there.
here too then is Water for Cooperation. This really talking about the international cooperation that it really takes in order to manage water across our borders. What obviously came to mind was Mexico, our transboundary issues, and here are the themes of how we really work across borders and transboundary cooperation to best manage our waters. And the last graphic I'll leave you with, and part of the dialogues, was really that this is the action for the decade rather for water action. The theme of the conference was really synthesizing what all this, these last years of work at the international level have been to get serious about the threats to climate change on water, have actionable plans, bring folks together through data and better decision making, and importantly now implement in this decade to ensure that by 2030 we can reach the goal of SDG 6 of universal access for water and sanitation. But as we well know here in the state, we're not there yet. But I think 2030 is a goal that we can all continue to look at and here share with the international community so many of the themes, the leadership, the work, the research, the way we make decision making that I think is going to be central to us being successful across all this. So thanks for tolerating that quick dive into the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 6, the conference. I think, for me, we're so fortunate for Denmark. We're so fortunate for other, we have a memorandum of understanding with the nation of Denmark. We also have one, I know, with Israel. I think there is a real opportunity to continue to connect these threads across our international partners that help enrich our conservation budget discussion, enrich the direct potable reuse regulations we're developing, enrich the water quality threats that we're not alone in, as we know. And it was an honor. It was humbling to be in the international community on these issues. And what I look forward to is us as a board with large other board members continue to leverage these opportunities so that we can see in common these policy issues so that we can come back a little more, hopefully, energized. And you have all sustainable development goal pins. Vice Chair, I have yours. I will make sure and get it to you that you can all wear. Yeah. So thank you guys. That was my little longer board member report, book report / board member report. So thank you for the tolerance on it. And that brings us to our executive director's report. Ms. Obeck.
I just have to jump in, Chair.
Oh, please, yes, Vice Chair.
I just have to say, what a proud moment for you as Chair and for the Water Board to be on this international stage. And so we're just, we handled things without you. It wasn't easy, but we're just so glad that you had that role, and thank you for the presentation.
Maybe easier because I wasn't here, but no, thank you. I was kind, Vice Chair. That's very kind of you. And thank you.
I'm happy to answer questions, even though I probably won't be able to answer questions. But at this point, the report speaks for itself. Happy to entertain any other questions.
And it speaks volumes because it is volumes.
Yeah, exactly.
I know, you're not getting away from it. Board Member McGuire or Firestone.
I just had a question you probably can't answer, but I know in there it says that Chrome 6 was going to come out hopefully by April, and it was, Darren had said it was getting submitted late March. I just didn't know if that had happened or if we're just thinking it's going to be any day now. I should have emailed you and given you a warning that I wanted to ask that question. That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for that. Okay, I believe that brings us to the end of our agenda. There will not be closed session, and so it brings us to the end of our meeting. We don't have a workshop tomorrow. Our next meeting will be, I don't have my agenda up. April 18th. Thank you, Clerk. So we will see you April 18th. Until then, be safe, be well. Thanks everyone for what was a great series of discussions today. Thank you. We'll talk soon. See you all. This meeting is adjourned.